We got Clarissa Shields, Danielle Perkins, round 2. Definitely 1-0 so far for Clarissa. She's definitely undersized, but I think the skill discrepancy is very big. Couple swings and misses from Clarissa. Like, what female fighter have we ever seen that really had knockout power? Oh, she caught her right there with a straight left. Oh, they're exchanging. It looks like I want to see that replay. Perkins caught Clarissa clean right there. Oh, come on. Don't go to the zone commercial break. Show me some replays. That last 10 seconds. It looked like she caught Clarissa with a nice straight left, and Clarissa caught her with a little combination. The straight left was clean. She looked big. Like, if she just let her hands go, she would definitely get to Clarissa. Worst camera angle to show anything landing. I mean, all the volume's been to Clarissa, so probably 2-0. Oh, Clarissa Shields just rocked her whole shit right there. Straight right. We're watching Clarissa Shields versus Danielle Perkins. Clarissa Shields trying to become the undisputed heavyweight champion of women's boxing. She just rocked Danielle Perkins right there. It started to pick up. Slow-paced fight started to pick up at the end of the second. Now they're picking it up in the third here. Ooh, nice little lead uppercut for Clarissa Shields. These girls are swinging now. A little trip there. What did she trip over? The ref? I looked down for a second. Oh, nice right hand from Clarissa. Oh, straight right hand just landed for Clarissa. This girl's taking it. "20 seconds left, third round. Oh, another straight right and a little left hook. That was an exciting round. Definitely a better round than the previous two. Terrence Crawford's there checking the fight out. Are you guys watching this fight? She walked out to whoop that trick from Hustle and Flow. Now the crowd is chanting, "Whoop that trick." Big right hand. She knocked her eyes wobbly. But yeah, she's fighting a 42-year-old lady who's 3-0, 4-0. Round 4. Definitely 3-0 Clarissa Shields so far. She's pitching a shutout. Slower start to round 4 here. See, Perkins got caught watching Clarissa a little too much, and now Clarissa's leading. She has so much size. She should just be sticking a jab out there. And she can stay at range and hit Clarissa where Clarissa can't hit her, but she's not throwing anything. You could tell just by how they move, though. Clarissa is so much more seasoned. Nice little jab from Clarissa, backs up Perkins. Perkins is just pulling a jab out there. I ain't gonna. Clarissa don't respect that. Oh. See, Perkins is game though. She ain't going nowhere. Oh! She just landed a nice left hand. Perkins. Clarissa's trying to say it was a slip, but it looked like a left hand to me. Knocked her off balance a little bit. But still, Clarissa's round. 4-0. Clarissa Shields. Yeah, it's more than likely going the distance. That's women's boxing. I was saying that before, or thinking that. I don't know if I said it out loud, but who's ever been the knockout artist in women's boxing? Christy Martin knocking chicks out? I don't remember. But I don't think anyone was ever a knockout artist in women's boxing. There's been some TKOs. I think, who's the one guy? I know the one guy who knocked out Holly Holmes. There have been some knockouts, but it's not what normally happens in women's boxing. Even in women's MMA, you don't usually see knockouts like that. Oh. Nice right hand from Clarissa Shields. Perkins started throwing out some shit, making it like she was comfortable. Clarissa had to remind her and back her off. I feel like Perkins has looked the same the whole fight. She's looking more comfortable now, to me. She's been looking slow and lethargic. Clarissa's definitely the faster of the two. Nice little jab from Perkins right there. Countering off Clarissa's misses. I mean, that's where Perkins is losing this fight, is she's so big. Where's your jab? She should be sticking a jab in Clarissa's face constantly. She just keeps throwing this, like, pouring rangefinder. There you go. Start throwing that thing. Stop pouring and start throwing that thing. That's her only chance. Not the jab. Oh. Just landed a little left hand right there, it looked like. They both punch into the clinch. Little rabbit punch by, looked like Clarissa landed a little rabbit punch. There you go, Perkins. She threw a little 1-2. Definitely 5-0 though. Couple of moments for Perkins. She just needs to throw a jab and work behind it. Ooh, Dubois versus Parker is going to be good. I was thinking we were going to see Dubois get a rematch with Usyk. Like, I don't know, whoever, if you guys have seen that fight, who saw Usyk versus Dubois? Where Dubois it was a borderline. He kind of TKO'd Usyk with a body shot, and they called it a low blow, but it was like right on the belt line. Definitely wasn't low. It was on the belt line. What's going on, DA? Like Dubois, there's an alternate universe or almost reality where Dubois TKO'd Usyk with a body shot. Because Usyk was fucked from that body shot. But they called it low. It wasn't low. It was like right on the belt line. I mean, the rounds are getting closer at this point. Oh, good jab from Clarissa as I say that. Dubois looks like she got a little bit more comfortable now. She's not throwing enough, though. There you go. There you go. Back her up with a jab. She got Clarissa in the corner right now, but she's not throwing nothing. There she throws a 1-2, misses, and lets Clarissa out. You know, she has this size. She hasn't used it at all. But that's inexperience. Only 5 fights. I like that. I appreciate it. Oh my God. My live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. What? Shocking and graphic content. What? Come on, TikTok. Always getting me.
Overhand right. She's taken every single one. Clarissa has connected every single right hand.
Even after I told people go to the TikTok shop, you guys are going to do me like that. That's messed up. TikTok always playing games, but nice right hand there, landed from Shields. 15 seconds left. She's about to be up. Ooh. Nice little left hand. Looks like it landed there from Perkins.
I'd like to see what Darnell Pierce said, because that right hand, even though it's not damaging, like in a dramatic way, it's going to chip away.
I mean, Perkins is comfortable now. She looks like she's moving better. Yeah, the Shields fight is what's on right now. Shields is piecing her up, but not too bad. She's won every round. Perkins is huge compared to Clarissa. She's not using her size, though, at all. What kind of home improvement you got going on? Yeah, I'm going to have to stop it and restart it, because what they do is they give me a warning and then they don't let anyone else come in. And, ooh, nice little overhand right landed for Clarissa. Right after this one, I'll probably just do a quick little pop in, pop out, just because they're playing games with me. Even though I tell people all the time, go to the TikTok shop. Get some beer taco bombs. Get some of that ramen. Good jab from Clarissa Shields. See, Perkins got comfortable. I think early on she was definitely feeling the moment, a little nervous of how Clarissa was moving, but now she looks way more comfortable. She realizes she could take the power, but she's just not throwing enough. She's like trapping Clarissa and getting Clarissa to stand in front of her. She's just not throwing enough. Yeah, it's definitely 6-0. What 10-8 round? What is this guy talking about? She tripped over the referee.
Full dominance by Clarissa Shields.
Yeah, and I think that the length of time that Perkins was hurt for might have compelled some judges to give that one a 10-8 round also. You guys know you're not allowed to disagree by scorecard.
Oh, that sucks. Are you do home improvements? You're able to fix it yourself? That's good.
Yes, we still love you.
Perkins looking for that left hand again.
I mean, you've been to the channel. You've seen me. I love all fighting, so that's why I watch anything. But I'm not big on women's fighting. I will watch Clarissa, though. Especially this is like a moment, if you will. She's a multiple weight champion at lower weight classes. She's now moved up to heavyweight. And if she wins this fight, she unifies the women's heavyweight titles. She just landed a good right hand, followed by another good right hand. Oh, she's swinging now. But Perkins is a big chick. Big old lady. She could take it. Oh, they're swinging against the ropes. Looks like Perkins got rocked a little bit. She straightened up. Good round 7. They're starting to bang a little bit. But I'm gonna, if you guys haven't yet, throw me a follow here on TikTok. I'm just gonna pop out and pop right back on because they're playing games with me. They always be playing games with me on TikTok. I don't know why. I have it listed that they're trained professionals. I'm telling everyone to go to the TikTok shop, but they want to keep playing games with me. But normally, and then it's also that they put this fight on a Sunday is good. That's what made me gravitate towards it and want to watch it. And like I said, Clarissa going up, trying to become the unified heavyweight champion. And here we go, round 8. We got Clarissa Shields up 7-0 right now. Thank you for rejoining me, Nick CEO. Perkins is dancing around the ring now. She's moving. She definitely got more comfortable. Thank you for the rose, R-Dub. Oh, nice little right hand on the break there from Clarissa. But yeah, you just see the inexperience from Perkins versus the experience of Clarissa. And it's not like Clarissa's not good. Clarissa's good as far as women's fighters go. This is what Perkins needed to be doing from the beginning of the fight. Hanging on her, making it a dirty fight. And really just sticking her with the long punches. But she's been letting Clarissa work her way in, not doing enough. Good right hand landed there for Clarissa. Who is that? Alicia Bumgardner? Is that how you saying KO Shields? I don't think any woman KOs any woman. I think they all fight to decisions. We were asking that before, so maybe you have an answer for us. Has there ever been a female that was a knockout artist? I can't think of the girl's name, but I know the one girl, the girl who knocked out Lucia Riker. Wasn't she a knockout artist? And then the other girl who knocked out Holly Holm, that has that vicious knockout of Holly Holm, if I'm not mistaken, was a knockout artist. Ann Wolf was a knockout artist, or got some knockouts. I don't know about a knockout artist, but usually they're not knocking chicks out. You can bet usually on a decision, maybe a late TKO. I think everyone was expecting a TKO in this fight because of the experience difference, but Perkins looked a little shaky early on, and then she got more comfortable. If I'm watching this as a coach or someone who was in Perkins' corner, I'd be pissed at her because she keeps getting in range and just not throwing enough. Like if she let her hand, but then again, she's going to get hit if she lets her hands go, but she's just not throwing enough to put Clarissa in any type of danger. Like, she's going to be thinking about that after this fight, when she thinks about what transpired in this fight. Is how she had moments, she just didn't let her hands go. Ooh, nice little left hook. Came through with the elbow by Clarissa Shields. Bro, honestly, if you're handy at all, DA, you can learn anything through. I'm very handy. Like, I used to do carpentry and home improvement, so I'm good with that shit, but I'm also, I can watch anything. Yeah, Christy Martin got some knockouts. There's been some girls, but even there, I'm pretty sure her knockout ratio wasn't, like, I think she had, like, what, like 50, 60 wins, Christy Martin, if I'm not mistaken. Nice left hook from Shields. Ooh, Perkins answers back with a straight left. But, DA, if you're handy, you can watch videos on anything. I've taught some MMA before. I've taught some boxing. And, yeah, I'm pretty blue-collar. I'm one of those people, if it could be done with your hands, I could probably do it. I could watch a video and figure it out. And that goes for mechanic shit, for any type of carpentry, any type of building. Perkins is holding Shields against the corner right there and was kind of hitting her with little clubs. Oh, that's great for a woman. But yeah, what is that, 50%? That'd be considered not a knockout artist for a man. That's like similar to like Floyd's KO ratio. But if you remember in the beginning, Floyd used to knock a lot of people out. Then he changed his whole style up. But yeah, I'd say Christy Martin was the knockout artist of women. I think maybe Ann Wolfe or Riker, if you want to check that out. I think they might have had a better ratio. But then they're the outliers. Better round here for Perkins. She got caught with a few shots, but she landed some of her own. For round 8, I feel like everyone thought round 8 was going to be the end of her. She'd never been this deep in a fight. But yeah, I'd imagine even this fight, the odds for it to go to decision were probably like minus 10,000. This fight was definitely going to a decision. Yeah, if you're able to figure out one thing, you should be able to figure out a lot of shit. I enjoy that type of stuff too. The Kelly, Clarissa Shields is winning. Shutout so far. What are we at? Round 9, I think? Ooh, nice left hand landed there by Perkins. And then Clarissa ate it though. I mean, something we've seen from Clarissa Shields in this fight. She's got a good chin. Anything this girl's landed clean, she just turns her head and shakes it off. But what do we got? Is this round 10? Or 9? So round 10, final round. She's pitched the shutout so far. I thought it was 9-2. Yeah, it's 10. But yeah, 9-0. Oh, they're fighting though this round. Perkins got Clarissa back into a corner. And they're, lands a nice straight left, and Clarissa keeps throwing combinations to try to keep her off. Do you have a TikTok, the Kelly? I am on TikTok with the fight on. YouTube, I can't put it on. And then my computer was giving me problems, so I went YouTube on my phone and TikTok on my computer. Switched it up a little bit. I think Perkins, though, surprised a lot of people. I think everyone thought she was going to be out of here. Now they're talking about Perkins' 42-year-old legs not having a bounce. You see, like right here again, she's going to watch this back and be like, why didn't I throw? She gets Clarissa in moments where she could get some shots in him, she's just not throwing. Granted, she's going to get countered if she throws, but still, you got to, especially at this point, you know you lost every round. Oh! Huge right hand from Clarissa Shields. Just dropped Perkins. I thought she was going to land on her back right there. She got up, though. Biggest punch of the fight. First knockdown of the fight. And yes, just as the announcer said, great way to punctuate this fight. So that was Perkins was stalking her, walking in. Clarissa Shields sat on a punch, hit her with a big right hand. Snapped Perkins' head back. I thought she was going to go flat, but she went down, popped right back up. So yeah, this fight delivered. This fight was entertaining. Definitely better than the heavyweight fight. Thank you for joining, R-Dub. Yeah, she almost got KO'd right there. She ate it, though. She popped right up and just, like, shook it off. I would have been curious to see how that would have went if she would have had time. Thank you for joining me, Douglas. Thank you for the likes, Nick. Who is this guy in the mink coat? Frank Lucas. You guys ever see that movie, American Gangster, where it tells the story of that's how they didn't know who Frank Lucas was, and then that's how they found out who Frank Lucas was, is because he wore the mink cap and the mink coat to the Muhammad Ali fight at Madison Square Garden, and because his seats were better than all the mobsters and better than all the celebrities. Oof. Oh, so she didn't even touch, I mean, her gloves touched the ground, but her ass didn't touch the ground. Boom. Rattled her whole shit. A nice slipping counter by Clarissa Shields, landed a big right hand off of a missed straight left by Perkins. Yeah, he's definitely got the Frank Lucas on right now. It's almost like they even took him out of the camera shot. They were like, get the fuck out of the camera shot with that on. You trying to get yourself jammed up? He's definitely the hood guy from Flint, Michigan, I'd imagine. Oh, that's Lou Young? That's Lou Young from DC. He's a comedian, YouTuber, former NFL cornerback. Well, he might be in the I can't say the word on here because they'll flag me, but the DRUG game now. He might be in the streets of Detroit. Yeah, he peacocked the CIA. Or no, the DEA. I forget what the guy was, Richie Roberts. I think he was DEA. Fight's over. The fight just ended. Unanimous decision for Clarissa Shields. That's a great movie, if you guys ever seen it. American Gangster with Denzel Washington and Russell Crowe. It's based on a book about Frank Lucas. It's a really good movie. Oh, he planned the outfit for part of the skit. But yeah, that's the Frank Lucas outfit right there. No problem. Thank you for joining me, CJ. Yeah. Clarissa was expected to win this. It just was how does she win it? And then it was a good fight. She was pitching a shutout, and then right at the end, she landed a big right hand and got a knockdown. So Great performance by her. Now she's dancing with her. What does she got there? 4 titles. 1 around the waist, 3 in her arms, and now I think she's the first undisputed heavyweight women's boxing champion. Oh, don't get me wrong. I would wear that outfit. 100% I would wear that outfit. I have a character, if you will. When I go to fights, it just always puts me in a better mental space and a zone where I'm focused on what I'm doing. I wear sunglasses indoors. I am blind, though, technically, too. So they say blind people and assholes or who wear sunglasses indoors. A little bit of both.
That's part of the show. There you go. You got it?
I always rock a suit
There you go.
and sunglasses. Clarissa Shields won.
The first ever undisputed heavyweight champion.
Yeah, she's definitely good. Bro, and I told it earlier, she's good looking too, Clarissa Shields. She does have a nice body. When she's done up, when she's boxing, she looks, cornrows, and she has a mouthpiece in. She looks, her face a little beat up. But when you see her out, like, at the fights, she looks good. When she has her hair down, her hair done, a little bit of makeup, a nice outfit on, I didn't recognize her. I had no idea who she was, and I started, like, flirting with her, talking to her. And I think that's what she said, actually. She was like, they're doing 2-minute rounds. That's what I do. And I turned to her like, who the fuck are you? Like, what do you mean you do 2-minute rounds? And she was like, psh, who is this guy? Like, I'm Clarissa Shields. You don't know who I am? She got, like, insulted that I didn't know who she was. And then I was like, oh, no. My mistake. I know who you are. I just didn't recognize you. You look good right now. I didn't know you had ass like that.
So much gas in the tank. Well, knowing that the fight was at 180, when I thought it was at 175, I had to cut a little bit of weight, and she didn't have to.
And she's a really sweet girl. I got no beef with Clarissa Shields. Normally, I'm like, to women's fighters, but Clarissa Shields is cool. When the brawl, like I was saying earlier, when the brawl broke out at the Mayweather Gotti fight, that's who I was talking to. When everything hit the fan, I was sitting with Clarissa Shields.
You had the technique down, you got strategy down, and that the power's coming to get that knockout. So, with that being said, you almost accomplished it tonight. But what is next for you? Honestly,
I've never heard of her until the Remy Ma drama. Why? She had drama with Remy Ma? Did Clarissa Shields have beef with Remy Ma? I know she's now dating Papoose. I didn't realize she had drama with Remy Ma. Chris Cyborg or Layla Ali, she called out. I mean, she would destroy Cyborg in boxing. And is Layla Ali still boxing? I feel like Layla Ali is like 45. I mean, she did just fight a 42-year-old. Oh, there is a big problem between Remy Ma and Clarissa Shields? I did not know that. That's great. I know Remy Ma songs.
He's been supporting as a promoter. He's been with you from day one. And this has been a beautiful...
Who the fuck is this guy?
And when you hear the quote, talking about all those plans after she's accomplished...
With the yarmulke.
What goes through your head?
Absolutely incredible. First of all, we saw Clarissa's movie The Fire Inside on the silver screen. Clarissa could have fought anywhere in the United States. She chose to fight here in Flint.
I do want to watch that movie, too. She got some good hits in, yeah. The best one came with like 10 seconds left in the fight. She dropped the girl with a huge right hand. Clarissa Shields made a song about Remy Ma. I don't know if I like that. Was it a good song or is she like a trash rapper? Because I always like when people kind of stay in their lane. I hate when they start. Yes, it's good. All right, I'll check it out. But yeah, Clarissa looked good. She's now the undisputed heavyweight champion. Good on her. What is she now? I think a 3-weight or a 4-weight world champion? Yeah, Remy Ma went to prison for shooting somebody, I believe, yeah. I mean, she would have to shoot Clarissa Shields. Clarissa Shields would dog walk her.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Quite the performance, Sergio, from a one-arm.
Clarissa Shields is a dog. Like, there were moments when this other big girl, Perkins, like, backed her into a corner, and Clarissa Shields starts shoe shining, throwing combinations, fighting her way out. She doesn't try to just hold and have the ref help her or circle out. She was punching her way out. She was backing Perkins up whenever Perkins would corner her.
I mean, knockout or not, Chris, that knockdown right at the end.
But yeah, she did good. I can't be mad at her tonight. She did very well. What did you guys think of Clarissa Shields' performance tonight? Complete shutout. She had the 10-8 round at the end of it. No, I do not think Clarissa. Do you really think Clarissa is as good as lower tier men? No. I was talking about that earlier. I think you can't. Women and men can't fight. There's no realm where women and men can fight. Like, there's stories of her. Yeah, but those men that she's fighting aren't allowed to fuck her up. Like, when you spar, the men that spar Clarissa Shields, they're not allowed to fuck her up. They're in a gym where I'd imagine if they fuck her up, there's guys in the gym that are then going to fuck that guy up. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's probably men out there that would fuck her, or she could fuck up, but no. I think, like, so even for instance, you think she'd fight another, so Benavidez and Morrell fought last night at 175. You think she could hang with either one of them? They would absolutely murder her. Yeah, men versus women is all hype. If you've ever trained in combat sports, you know it's just two different worlds. Same as basketball. Like, you ever see a lot of the WNBA players, there's a couple of them, like, who's the one girl? She might be a man, but Brittany Griner says she played DeMarcus Cousins. DeMarcus Cousins would kill her. They are portraying her as the strong woman who can take down men. I mean, she could probably take down the average dude. I wouldn't put that past her. But I think an amateur man can give her problems, if not beat her. Just because there's a huge difference. There's a difference between bone density between men and women. There's definitely a durability, strength, a lot of different factors that will come into play when a man and a woman fight. There are outliers in situations where there's one girl who was in the UFC at one point who, like, that's where part of her thing was she beat up a guy in, like, Mexico or something. Like, I'm sure there's guys that women can beat up, but for the most part, no. I think that they should stay away from each other. It's apples and oranges. Not even apples and oranges. It's fruit and it's an apple and a potato, you know? Still don't think she could go toe-to-toe with Shields. Who? Remy Ma? Yeah, she can't. Remy Ma will get fucked up by Clarissa Shields. Remy Ma could shoot Clarissa Shields. Like, if I'm Remy Ma, I'm not going, I'm going to shoot her in the fucking face and kill her. Bam, bam, I'm shooting her right in both of her feet, and then I'm fucking her up. That's what I would do if I were Remy Ma. But go to the TikTok shop. I wasn't saying anything like that. Don't throw me no things. They are saying on other YouTube videos that Remy is going to want Papoose back. I don't know. Papoose seemed pretty happy. He had an ear-to-ear smile tonight with being out there with Clarissa Shields. He sung her to the ring. He was celebrating with her. He seemed pretty happy. Yeah, shot to the knee and then go to work. I know what they say. Isn't that what they say? Below the knee. Above the knee is attempted murder. Below the knee is not. So, bam, 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 bam. 2 right in the shin. Right in the foot. And then I'm kicking her in the face when she's on the ground holding her foot. Clarissa Shields gets paid pretty good, but nothing... I don't think millions, but probably in the hundreds of thousands she probably got for this fight. You can definitely look it up and find it. Especially, I mean, she probably makes more with sponsors and things like that, but within a few days, the athletic commission will release what her show pay was if they haven't already. But not millions, I don't think. She needs a better B-side to make millions or to get to that level. But I know she has a pretty big following. I've seen that she has like 1 million plus on Twitter, or not Twitter, Instagram. So Papoose is doing good. He likes strong women who make money. Yeah, good on Papoose. She's definitely making money. I don't know about millions. I'd imagine in her career with sponsorships and all her fights, maybe millions, but she had a lot of jewelry on when I met her. But I'm sure a lot of that is given to her and sponsorships and whatnot. And then Remy Ma sold a lot of records. I don't know if Remy Ma sold enough to where she was loaded. But I know she did shows and shit. Like, did she do Love and Hip Hop with Papoose? Thank you, Maurice. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining me. Yeah, she's doing the Travis Kelce thing. You think Travis Kelce is after Taylor Swift's fame and money? That's funny. I don't know about that. Travis Kelce's got a lot of money. I mean, obviously, nowhere near Taylor Swift's money, but yeah, Remy Ma's, I don't know if she's rich, but she probably made some good money. She had some hit records. She sold a lot. There was a point where she was making a lot of, she had some number ones or some high charted hits. But I think she was also in an industry where they take most of your money. Yeah, Kelsey's previous girlfriend was gorgeous. Definitely better looking than Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is built like a notebook, like a broom. He went from like a curvy, voluptuous girl to a broomstick. I don't know if he's after the fame. Who knows though? There's all conspiracies in that. He might be after the clout. Sure. There's some people who think it's all orchestrated by the NFL, and that's why the Chiefs get the calls that they get and get all the bullshit, rigged games and whatnot. But yeah, I'm not a fan of Taylor Swift involved in. I'm not the biggest football fan, but I watch the good games. I'm not the biggest fan of the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce era of football. You ever hear Andrew Schultz? He has a bit where he talks about, because yeah, she's a billionaire, but he has a bit where he talks about how everyone was so up in arms with Donald Trump saying grab her by the pussy, and he's like, he's a billionaire. He's like, you guys are getting your pussies grabbed by thousandaires. He's like, if a billionaire tried to grab my dick, I would grab his hand and put it on there. So, you know, I'm sure dealing or being around a billionaire is probably way different. Dating a billionaire is probably way different than dating the average person. Yeah, if you've ever seen Andrew Schultz, he's got a very good bit about it. And he's like, you wish Trump would grab you by the pussy. He's like, you're out here getting grabbed by thousandaires. And then he starts talking about how he would let Bill Gates grab him. Exactly. Diddy was a billionaire. Was he a billionaire? He was close to it. But even there, Diddy was so rich that I'm sure that's why he got away with a lot of the stuff he got away with. Money brings power. And then I think for a lot of people, financials is the struggle. Would I let Diddy drug me? No. I would punch Diddy right in the face. I would not let another man drug me for money. I have too much mental gymnastics that I would have to deal with for the rest of my life if I let a guy rape me for money. Grape me. Don't get me, TikTok. My channel is I go live on this channel. This is our old podcast channel, Menace and the Man. And then I have, if you look up Stan the Man, MMA, you could find me. I usually go live for fights, things like that. I used to make content, trying to get back into it. But I like pop culture and combat sports and shit like that. That's why I'm all up on the Diddy shit, the Travis Kelce shit. I'm sports, but I'll talk about pop culture and stuff like that. If anyone in the chat, like you're doing now, if anyone tries to talk to me about anything, I always got something to say about stuff. I keep my ear close to the pop culture world. I would. I'm very intrigued by all that. Yeah, I'll talk about everything. I'm into conspiracy theories or what's going on in the world. Anything from the JFK assassination to Epstein to Diddy to Justin Bieber and Selena. I love drama. Who doesn't like drama? Drama's what gets you going. Everyone likes gossip. They could say they don't, but everyone likes gossip. I saw a TikTok on the plane that caught fire today. It looked crazy. And then the people were looking out the wing, and they were like, the plane's on fire. And they were like, everyone sit down and we'll get you off in a moment. And people were like, get me the fuck off this plane right now. The plane's on fire. Like, what are you waiting for? But yeah, I saw videos of it. Seemed crazy. I don't think that it's something new, all this stuff with the planes. I think this stuff happens every day. We're just hearing about it now. And I think we started hearing about it because people were trying to blame Trump for it. So it became like news stories. I think that shit happens every day. Think of how many flights are flying every day. There's definitely at least an incident a day. At minimum. Probably more.
I tend to agree, and also the fact that
and that still doesn't skew the statistics. I think the woman, it was a woman pilot, an inexperienced woman pilot who was kind of a DEI hire by Joe Biden that advanced through the ranks that wound up crashing the military plane into the other plane. That was the first one. Then there was a mechanical failure, I believe, was the plane crash in Philadelphia a few days ago. And then the one today was the engine, but the plane landed or the plane hadn't taken off yet. I don't know the details of it, but yeah, it was a woman flying the military helicopter. And it was apparently like a DEI hire. It was a girl who was advanced through the ranks, hired by Joe Biden. No. I didn't hear Trump say anything like that, but I heard that they withheld. They released some of the information about the diversity hire, meaning that it was a woman. And then I know the family asked that the information be withheld because they kind of knew the storm that would be caused because of it. No, when they say the diversity aspect of it, they're saying underqualified. And it's meaning that, yeah, they put an ethnicity other than white or a woman in the position. But that's not always true. It just basically means that they put someone who wasn't the most qualified. And then the conception is that it was not a white person, it was someone else or a woman. But I think it's just, the most qualified could be any ethnicity, any race. But the diversity aspect of DEI is just they hire someone who's not the most qualified. Yes. Again, I listen to a lot of stand-up comedy, so there's like another stand-up comedian who says, like, do I want, nothing against women, love women to death, but do I want a woman fixing my car? I'd rather have a male mechanic. I'd rather have a male pilot. And then this is just me going off of how I've seen men versus women handle tense situations. I figured you were a woman. I figured you were the Kelly.
I think what maybe gets buried a little bit is the defense of Clarissa Shields. She basically nullifies everyone that she's in there.
The Kelly.
So with one working shoulder, And again, those sequences when you see Shields back against the ropes, just dodging everything.
Like I said, I think flying a plane is probably a very tense situation. I'd imagine men are more experienced in those situations, dealing with the high pressure situation. And then I'm going off my own personal experience, where I've had a tense pressure situation. I've seen how men react, and I've seen how women react.
Always an honor to be ringside for the gloat,
but yes, you want a sane person. You want the most qualified person. Another example is like with the fires in California. So all those fires that are happening in California, in those 3 counties where the most fire damage happened, they had 3 DEI hires. And they were 3 women. One was a black lesbian and 2 white lesbians. And they, between them, had like 20 years of experience. Versus there were men that were overlooked for the job who had 25 years of experience, 30 years of experience. That should have been the fire chiefs. So, you know, shit like that happens sometimes. I believe so. They released a picture of it, and they had like a picture of the 3 women from those 3 counties in LA that got the jobs of fire chief, and they weren't qualified. Like, the news wants to depict to you that DEI is not a real thing, but it's a real thing. It used to be called like affirmative action, and now they call it DEI, where it's just basically they don't go with the most qualified. They have to fill quotas and put other ethnicities or other sexes in positions. I want the best qualified person. That's just me. But I get why they initially had to come up with the idea of affirmative action or DEI. I mean, I used to date a woman surgeon. I would not let her operate on a fucking thing. She didn't know how to drive a car. She couldn't make an egg. Like a lot of things that it's like, come on. But you could do brain surgery? Again, the most qualified. If the woman's more qualified than the man, sure, I'll take the woman. But I have women physical therapists. I have a male chiropractor. I'll take whoever's the most qualified. It's also a slippery slope and like a tough conversation to have, but I want the most qualified. If I then find out that someone was given the job and they're the least qualified or less qualified than a man that, you know, and it's a woman that got it, then I'm going to be upset. Yes, I don't want to see students cut me open. I want the most qualified. I don't care what their ethnicity is. I don't care what their sex is. I just want the most qualified. But then where I have a problem with it is if they hire a woman who was less qualified or they hire a man who was less qualified and there were better options, then I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? I don't understand. Do I remember when Snoop Dogg was on Soul Plane? I remember the movie Soul Plane. It was a fucking terrible movie. Oh, why? Is that what he said in the movie? As long as the woman doesn't crash? I know that's the movie that a lot of people talk about, and they say that's where Kevin Hart came from. That's where the plant of Kevin Hart was placed. I know that's what I think Cat Stevens was... not Cat Stevens. Cat Williams was saying. But yeah, I'll take whatever. A woman could fly a plane, sure. But if it then comes out, or I learn that she's not as qualified as men that could have been flying the plane, I'm gonna want the man flying the plane. Ethnicity doesn't matter to me. I'm more sexist than I am racist. I will agree. I will admit that. And again, that comes off like personal experience. It's how I look at women I've dated. my sister, my mother, cousins, women I know, and I go off that. They, in my experiences, they're not as good in chaotic situations as men. You might have a different take on it. Other men, other women might have a different take on it. You know, a lot of that type of thought process is a matter of opinion and a matter of experience and what you've dealt with. So, what am I sugarcoating? I'm not sugarcoating nothing. Being honest. That's one thing, if you do come to my channels, that you will see. I am brutally honest. I have no filter. That's actually one of my issues in life, is I say things I shouldn't say. So what do you think I just sugarcoated there? Because I'll dissect what you think I just sugarcoated and let you know that I did not sugarcoat anything. Thank you. I appreciate it. I still go live on this channel simply because we have a bunch of, or some followers, but I started a new channel that I am also trying to build up, but I got to start going live on it. I don't go live enough on it. But I appreciate the conversation and the subscribing. But yeah. That woman, I've been thinking about that all day since I learned about it, that the woman was like a DEI hire, if you will. And I've been doing other shit today, but that's probably where I'll end my day, is deep diving into her qualifications and all that type of shit about her, the woman pilot who crashed. What are you driving in Colorado from? Colorado's nice. I've never been, but I've always heard nice things about. The other one, I gotta get the name down for the other one. I forget what I even put it as. But the other one, so far, I've just posted a few videos. I need to start doing more. So the other channel is called the MMA Show. And then it's at Stan the Man Show. Or the Stan the Man Show. Oh, so look at that. We got a couple of Coloradians. Yeah, she wasn't black. She was white. Why, do you feel like black people get blamed for everything? I feel like white people get blamed for everything. White people and women get blamed for everything. Or actually, better yet, Donald Trump gets blamed for everything. Absolutely everything. I think, like, again, I think stuff happens all the time with planes. Every day there's an incident with planes. There's not a plane crash over the Potomac River every day, but every day there's some type of thing with planes. It's just now becoming news stories because Trump recently fired the FAA guy and what was the other guy he fired? The TSA guy. He fired a few people. So the other channel is at the Stan the Man Show. Yeah, I gotta start going live on the other channel. I just am in the habit, and I'd have to change a few things in my setup to go live on. No, I don't think she likes MMA. I think she came for the Clarissa Shields fight. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. The Kelly, are you an MMA fan, or are you just... I know she said she likes drama. And then she started rattling off questions. Yeah. If you type in the Stan the Man Show, the Stan the Man Show is what the @ is. And I think that's usually how you find a channel. Let's see. Yeah, if you type that in, that channel should come up. The Stan the Man Show. And then the headline of it is the MMA show. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Especially with the next couple weeks that there's fights every weekend. I'll be going live as much as I can. Still trying to get to my point where I sit in my chair and I make my actual videos that I will then upload. I don't know anything about MMA. I've never watched it before. I've seen Clarissa's name popping up on YouTube a lot in the last month. Clarissa's fought in MMA before. She left boxing for a minute and was fighting in a company called the PFL, but she lost one of her fights. So someone was in my TikTok chat telling me about that, and I wasn't comprehending what he was saying. I knew she started dating Papoose. I didn't put together that now Clarissa Shields and Remy Ma have beef. But I could understand that. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I had my title was watching the Clarissa Shields fight, I believe. Glad you found me. But yeah, this is what I usually do. I'll stream, I'll watch fights, and then I'll sit on for a little bit and talk about whatever people want to talk about. But yeah, I'll talk Diddy drama, all that shit. Anything I'll talk about. I'm very pop culture literate. You know, there's too much going on in the world to keep track of everything, but I try to reach out and understand as much as I can. Big Googler. And then I do go down rabbit holes. Especially like conspiracies and shit like that. One of those people. But what are you driving through Colorado for? Just left Vale. I'm in Grand Junction. I am from New York. Yeah, I like Clarissa Shields. She's definitely a good icon for the combat sports world. And again, the time I met her, the interactions I've had with her, she's sweet. Sweet lady. She's a good person. I've never heard a bad thing about her. I've heard that it's like her doppelganger, her body double, Avril Lavigne. Yeah, I hate Beyonce. Not a Beyonce fan. Can't stand Beyonce. Especially how she tried to pander to people. Same thing I've actually seen Chanel West Coast is doing now. And they say, like, when you had a failed rap career. But Beyonce didn't have a failed rap career. But, like, I know, like, MGK. And there's a bunch of people that I've seen where they kind of fall off in rap. So they start making country music. But Beyonce made that whole bullshit country album. What kind of work do you do in Colorado? My connection to Colorado is marijuana related, but it's also combat sports related. Like I know Justin Gaethje trains in Colorado, high altitude. I saw a video yesterday or today, where the girl from Ridiculousness, Chanel West Coast, who used to be a rapper, is now making country music. Why do I hate Beyonce? Because she tries to pander to people. I've always heard bad stories about her. I didn't like her country album. I'm not a big Jay-Z fan. And the whole her telling people that she knows bad guys, so you can't vote for Donald Trump, so you have to go out and vote for Kamala, when she didn't tell nobody about Diddy. She was there. She knows so much about Diddy. She was at the parties, and then her whole thing that she's married to Jay-Z. I've heard about Jay-Z being a piece of shit for years. You hear things. Like I grew up on Long Island, but I'm from like New York, and I've always like been connected to the hood, if you will. Like I used to hear stories about 50 Cent before he was 50 Cent. He was a guy named Boo Boo who used to sell drugs in the hood. Like I've just always heard stories and paid attention to stuff about Jay-Z, like the whole shit with R. Kelly, the shit with Aaliyah. Beyonce was privy to all that information, if not involved with all that shit. No, I mean, same way I don't like Eminem. Will I listen to some of his music? Absolutely. But I don't need to like him as a person. If some of his music is good, I'll listen to it. But no, I always liked Biggie more than Jay-Z. I always liked Nas more than Jay-Z. And even like I'm saying, I don't like Beyonce because she's part of it. And even then, she was groomed by Jay-Z. And then they all were fine with what R. Kelly was doing until they had to out R. Kelly. They were all fine with what Diddy was doing. And even their silence on Diddy bothers me. But yeah, I got beef with Beyonce, if you will. I love R. Kelly. Ignition Remix. I listen to it all the time when I work out. So I'm like, I try to put pieces together too of things I find out about celebrities. So like, for instance, like Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber, they used to be drug buddies. They used to be drug addicts. Still, I think Selena Gomez is a drug addict. Or she's clean now and she's all righteous and shit, but her husband or the guy she's marrying, the fucking... I saw someone say he looks like the Mucinex monster, and it hasn't left my head. Benny Blanco, but Benny Blanco's a drug addict. Benny Blanco used to hang out with Juice WRLD, drink lean, eat pills. I doubt when Juice WRLD died, he was like, "Oh, this is what I'm into. I'm stopping all that." He's probably still a drug addict. And even you ever see those old tapes of Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber in the hood, going to buy meth and going to buy pills and shit in the hood? They were all fucking junkies. Yeah. R. Kelly, though, I don't care what people say, is one of the greatest musicians of all time. He made some bangers. R. Kelly was a really good musician. Most of the time, obviously, if he's raping little girls, I care, or young girls. But I don't care what you do in your personal life. I don't care who you tell people to vote for. If you make, like Eminem, I think Eminem's a fucking moron. But I listen to his music. I'll listen to his music. Some of his songs are good. There's a few Jay-Z songs I'll listen to, but for the most part, I'm not the biggest Jay-Z fan. What's on YouTube? R. Kelly could expose them all, definitely. Yes, I've seen that video of Justin Bieber like sucking his dick. Yeah. There's definitely some real shady shit that went on with all these people. And then for Diddy to be like the Epstein of it all. And then even that all that shit came out. I knew it's fucked up that sometimes, like, just even being an outsider, that they know on the inside what really happened. Like, people have known for years that he gave money to kill Tupac. And probably had a hand or knowledge before it happened of Biggie getting killed. And then sure enough, he comes out with an album, he becomes a superstar. There's a lot of shady shit that goes on in Hollywood that you see. But yeah, I believe a lot of that shit. And then I do like deep dives in it. Like at one point, I remember blowing someone's mind with that I told them that Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber were drug addicts. They were like, "No, they're not." And I was like, "What?" And then I showed them a bunch of videos. Like, you ever see that one video where Justin Bieber went to the hood to get drugs and his car broke down? And they fucking were like, "Get out of the car, sing for me, do some push-ups." And they all started making Justin Bieber do shit. Justin Bieber's in the hood, and they have him singing, they have him doing push-ups, they have him fucking... And you thought they were going to rob him and steal his car, but they were like, "Nah, we got Justin Bieber here. We fuck with Justin Bieber." Usher, too. Like, Usher told that story thinking it was like a sweet story, but it was like, no, that's a creepy story, bro. You had kind of a shitty mom. Bet your mom let you go to Diddy camp. And then we know Justin Bieber had shitty parents, that his mom was like sending him off to go with fucking celebrities. She sold him. Justin Bieber's mom and dad pimped him out for money. Yeah, I've seen that video where he starts feeling his chest and then he's like rubbing his back and shit. And even that, Diddy's the fall guy. So Diddy's creepy. Diddy has some shit going on. Diddy's not the top of it. Diddy's the fall guy. It's definitely more of the higher ups in Hollywood than Diddy. Like they say, what's that guy's name? Clive Davis. They say Diddy's the fall guy for Clive Davis. And even you see now, Bieber supposedly had like a realization of everything that was going on with his life. And now that's why he's kind of not making music, out of the spotlight, because he realized he was groomed, he was given drugs, they made him a drug addict. Bro, go find those videos of Diddy in the hood. Or not Diddy, Justin Bieber in the hood. And there's videos of them at like the swap meets in LA. And he's like, come on, please get the camera off me, blah, blah, blah. And the guy's like, this kid here is here to buy meth. And it was Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez at the height of their dating, the height of their fame, and they were in the hood buying drugs. I mean, it's not sad. It's power corrupts. Like whatever that saying is. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, or something like that. But yeah. I think we'd all do it in some way. Myself included, you included. Everyone with power is going to abuse the power. It's just the nature of, it's just human nature. To what extent is then determines, I guess, what you're going to be. Diddy's extent, he's a rapist, abuser, what would the word be? A blackmailer, kind of a piece of shit. But I think everybody, like even look at like Ashton Kutcher. Ashton Kutcher used to throw the white party with Puff Daddy. You're telling me he didn't know what was going on, but then he's also sitting in front of Congress, trying to get money from Congress, and going to like House Senate committee meetings. Yeah, you always got to. I'm not on TikTok right now, luckily. Otherwise, yeah, YouTube lets me go a little bit more. But Ashton Kutcher was sitting in front of the House Senate committee meeting talking about he's trying to stop kids from being trafficked when he's part of the fucking club. He's hosting the parties. Like, have you ever heard those things about... Yeah, I've gone deep into Diddy's shit. Have you ever heard those things about how Diddy would have the parties, the white parties, and then at like 10 o'clock, Diddy would tell everybody, you gotta go because the kids are coming? And they would be little fucking kids. I'm doing good, Jay Slice. How was last night? Any hoes? I see you made it home safely. I just got done watching the Clarissa Shields fight. Ended my YouTube, my TikTok live. I might restart it in a second. But I ended my TikTok live because I figured I was getting a little crazy with the Kelly. Started asking me about Jay-Z and some shit that had me a little riled up. Because I'll go on some rants about some shit. Don't even get me started about Nia Jax. That fat bitch. Pizzagate's a real thing. They made it like it's not a real thing, but it's a real thing. Have you guys ever seen the few I got in the chat right now? Have you guys ever seen all the stuff with Corey Feldman and how Corey Feldman's been saying this shit for years? Corey Feldman named names, Corey Feldman named locations, everything, and they made it like Corey Feldman was insane, and they made it like he was a crazy person, which he was, but he's also wet brain because was doing drugs for fucking 20 years of his life. And then imagine telling a story 1,000 times and it's true, and everyone keeps telling you you're lying or it's not true, you probably start thinking you're fucking insane. So a switch probably got flipped in his brain where he started like questioning his own sanity. But that guy's been saying it for years about how there's a lot of fucked up shit going on in Hollywood. There's filmmakers, there's actors, there's every which way that they're fucking raping kids, molesting kids, grooming kids. Ooh, girls from the Netherlands sounds nice. They've been doing it for years, though. Grooming kids, and that's the creepiest fucking thing in the world to me. Like, I don't have kids. I have nieces and nephews, and I would never in a million years do anything. I was always attracted to women. Yeah. Well, Tony's the brother, right? Is Tony the brother, Podesta? Because what's the one Podesta? You ever see that one video where Meek Mill starts rapping and he was like, I was fucking this bad bitch, she fucking me good. And Diddy turns around like, what are you talking about? Am I the bad bitch? Like, what are you talking about? And then Diddy starts dancing, like looking at him, and that video is so creepy to me. Diddy turns around and gives him the, what the fuck did you just say? Like, what are you talking about? You were fucking this bad bitch. Are you talking about me? But yeah, that shit is creepy. These guys are fucking creepy. Diddy is a creepy fucking dude. Yeah, the art they like is fucking gross. It's all child pornography and child pedophilia type shit. I mean, I don't know the truth of it, but he's considered a crazy person or a conspiracy theorist guy, but there's an author named David Icke. And one of my old friends, he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. He runs a school in Long Island. He gave me a book, a David Icke book. And in the David Icke book, it said that something that powerful men would do is like rape their sons and rape younger men they knew that were going to be placed in powerful positions, so that way they'd always have like this thing over them. And in the book, it said that like there's stories and proof that George Herbert Walker Bush used to rape his son George Bush, so that way his son would never be like against him. Same thing with like Jeb Bush, like that dad used to rape them. And that's a whole fucked up family, because if you guys go look at George Herbert, and I'm probably going to get banned for this, but go look at George Herbert Walker Bush's wife, Laura Bush. I think it's Laura Bush. That's a dude. That's a fucking dude. She's a dude. Like, she's a dude. There's no way you're going to tell me that's not a guy. It's either the ugliest woman that ever lived or it's a fucking dude. So, like, he was married to a dude and supposedly raped his sons. And so he raped his sons, whatever the word would be, so that way he would always have power over them. It's a thing that's like an old school, like from the Skull and Bones, like those secret societies. Even like it traces back to the Kennedys. They said the father would sexually molest the sons because it gives like some weird power over the sons. And then that's been passed down to Hollywood today. That's what Corey Feldman would talk about, is how they groom, same thing like Justin Bieber, they groom and sexually assault these young men, Usher, and then that way they kind of have power over them. They'll always have over them, like, I'll let this come out and I'll fucking ruin you, or, you know, you're always going to be kind of like my little bitch. Yeah, I think Michelle Obama's a dude too. You ever see that video where she's dancing on Ellen? And what else would it be? What else would it be that's bulging out of her fucking pants? Her gun? Is it her gun poking through her fucking pants? What else could it be? Yes, most likely. Pat Barry. Oh my God, it's a thing it's not the same as Hollywood or the government, the grooming, but women in the combat sports community, it's disgusting. I've I'm not going to say I took part of it, but I've dated women from gyms before, and I've even heard their stories, and I felt bad for them. Like, what? Like, that's what it's like for you? Like, I almost don't even want to date you or hang out with you because I feel like you're making me part of the problem. But, like, coaches and good students take advantage of new girls at the gym or fighter chicks or whatever with the promise, or like the elephant in the room, if you will, of like, oh, you'll get better if you sleep with me and I'll show you more moves and you'll get better attention at the gym. And yeah, it's real creepy. And then also, if you're grappling or training with a girl, there's like obviously some sexual tension sometimes. And then coaches, when they're put in a position of power where it's like the girl looks up to them and the girl is going to listen to what they say, but then the coach hits on them 8 times out of 10, 7, maybe 9 out of 10, the girl's just going to go, all right, I'm going to fuck my coach. All right, I'm going to fuck this guy. I'm going to fuck my training partner. It's very common. I've seen it so many times where the coach, simple as that, the coach starts fucking the student. The coach uses his position of authority to start fucking the student. It's not uncommon. It's more common than it is uncommon. Every time I see a fighter chick, that's what I think of them, unfortunately. And it's not because it's my brain, it's just what I've seen and what I know and what I've been a part of or been around. Usually the women get taken advantage of. And even not even so much taken advantage of, kind of passed around. Very common in combat sports. Very common. But back to, yes, what the fuck, are you serious? Absolutely serious. It's the same thing in Hollywood. The grooming. It's not just men grooming women, it's guys grooming guys. Which is fucking crazy, but some people are into it. Like me, I can say it and I'm comfortable saying it, and I don't care if it's other people that are like, oh, I'm gay. It's good for you. I get it. I don't have a gay bone in my body. There's nothing about anything with a man. It disgusts me. There's anything to do with a man that I'd want to do, at all. But for other people, it's like, hey, if that's what you're into, good on you. If that's what you can stomach and tolerate. Like at one point, I lived in Florida. So I was in Florida taking care of some of my kids, some of my cousins' kids, my little cousins, and my cousin's friend was gay. And he was like, I'll help you guys out. I'll get a house for us where we'll live. So I lived with my little cousins and 2 gay men at one point. And it was so uncomfortable, so awkward, disgusting, like just the thought of living with, and they weren't like regular gay men. They made me think gay people are toxic, if you will. The one guy was gay, used to date another guy who had AIDS. The other guy was gay, dated the guy who dated the guy with AIDS. They were caught in like a love triangle, and the other gay guy was was not trans, but a drag queen. So did not stay long simply because it was so fucking crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what the problem was, is how gay men sleep around, and they're worse than men with women. And like, the one guy had AIDS. The one fucking guy had AIDS. The guy's like ex-boyfriend had AIDS, and he still like took care of him and shit. And the guy was a drug addict with AIDS. Yeah, 100%. Jiu-jitsu is a large part of jiu-jitsu is how I figured out I'm not gay. And then, for lack of a better way to put it, I've done some things, orgy type situations, train situations, and I have no interest in a man. When I watch a porno, when the man comes on the screen, I'm like, oh, get it off. I don't even want to see the dick. I'm good on that. I just know I'm very hetero. Does nothing for me. I have my sister-in-law is a lesbian. I have gay family members. I'm fine with gay people. Growing up, I had a friend named Kenny. He was gay. I was fine with Kenny. We used to try to help Kenny come out of the closet. I'm fine with it. But then there's a different gay community. There's like a toxic, weirdo gay community that you don't want no part of. I have a cat, yeah. Who's Jim Norton? Jim Norton's gay? Are you saying Jim Norton's gay, the comedian? I did not know that, if that's what you're saying. And yeah, I have a little cousin. Not my cousin. My cousin is trans. And then her boyfriend, girlfriend is a cat. Yeah, like I was caught up in with some toxic gay people. That made me look at gay people totally different. It was disgusting. What's up, the MMA holes? Shout out to all the gays. I appreciate it. You always got to stay up on the gay community. Give them props. Because if you could take a dick, you better be able to take a joke. What, Jim Norton said he was a gay little kid? I always thought of, I use a lot of Shane Gillis references. You ever see Shane Gillis said he's like every little boy was their mom's gay best friend until one day they weren't. I think Kanye West is a clone. I'm definitely weirded out by the Jamie Foxx that came back because now he has freckles. But he does still sound the same. He sings the same sometimes. I watched one of his movies and he looked a little off to me because I used to watch a lot of Jamie Foxx movies. But Kanye, that's not Kanye. That is not Kanye. Either they gave him a lobotomy or they cloned him. That is not Kanye. I think there's some people that don't have that, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know what the word would be, but they don't have like that thing that would stop them from, I got to get ahead in Hollywood, so yeah, I'm going to suck Diddy's dick even though I'm straight. I think there's some people that would totally do that. Like if you told me tomorrow I could have 1 million followers and money, I just got to start blowing a dude on the regular, I'd be like, I'll figure it out a different way. I'm good. But then that's what's funny, because then my brain starts thinking like, for $1 billion though, I might be able to stomach it. I might be able to figure it out for $1 billion. And then I always think, I always go back to movie references. You ever see Harold and Kumar when he's like, is everyone at Guantanamo Bay gay? He's like, I'm not gay. You're the one that's gay. You're the one that's sucking my dick. I'm not gay. You're gay. Just pisses me off even being around you fags. Yeah, Hollywood's crazy, but where is Kanye? You're going to tell me that Kanye sat out the 2024 election? We didn't hear a word from Kanye. I think Jamie Foxx said it as a joke that Diddy tried to kill him, but who knows? It could be true. Jamie Foxx had been around a lot of the parties, and supposedly, same thing like the way he was feeling the wire on Justin Bieber. Supposedly Jamie Foxx was giving testimony or something, and Diddy tried to poison him. They say, if you go down the conspiracy route, they say that Diddy poisoned Kim Porter. They say that something was going to come out from Brittany Murphy in regards to, what's his name? Ashton Kutcher, that they poisoned Brittany Murphy. They poisoned her husband. Who's the other one that got poisoned? Someone else around Diddy got poisoned. And then they all had the same coroner. They said it was pneumonia. Same coroner that did Michael Jackson's autopsy as well. It's all crazy. Who we'll never really know. Hopefully, it all really hits the fan one day and we find out. But yeah, I think Kanye's a clone, or just if not a clone, just they don't have Kanye no more. They have a lookalike playing Kanye. Where's the music? Where is fucking his rants? But yeah, I don't know about that. And I always remember they asked, let me see. And he doesn't see it like absolutely terrible or anything. So Jim Norton was molested? But yeah, I think some people in the industry get groomed, and it's because they want the fame so bad, like kind of like selling your soul. Like the same people that are going, I'll do some gay shit to get ahead, are the people that would sell their soul to be famous. What is this? The gays have helped me quite a bit. They helped me understand my alcoholism wasn't my problem, and that the gay community is ravaged with indulgences. I forgot about that. Do you think Diddy tried to kill Jamie? I do like Mel Gibson. I think Damar Hamlin had a stroke, right? Or some type of stroke, a reaction to the shot. I don't think he got cloned or anything. Yeah, the cock meat sandwich. Wait, I think about it all the time. Is everyone at Guantanamo Bay gay? Fuck no. You guys are the ones that are gay for sucking my dick. But I think even they, like that, for instance, they put a lot of like subtle humor in movies with shit like that, and I don't think it's far fetched that that's reality. And I'm saying maybe it wasn't Guantanamo, maybe it's a music executive's office. And he's like, yeah, you're not gay, all right, you're gonna suck my dick though if you want your record to get played. And the guy's like, all right, I'm sucking a dick today. Crazy world we live in. So who knows what really goes on. I don't know. I think the Earth is round. I've seen things where there's curvature. I've seen more evidence of curvature than of flat Earth. I never went too deep into it either, so I wouldn't know. But that's one of those things where I'd use the Eddie Bravo. Yep, I was just gonna say I got to look into it. I would use the Eddie Bravo statement of it's something you got to look into. I think J-Lo is insufferable, and that's why they got divorced. You would see, every time you'd see Ben Affleck, he'd look like he was about to kill himself. And it's probably just because J-Lo was so high maintenance. So I have a cousin, not the cat one, but I have other cousins that work in Planet Hollywood in Las Vegas. And she said the greatest celebrities that she's ever met, that gave her the best tips and were the easiest to deal with, and everyone at the hotel loves, were Dana White and Mike Tyson. She said the worst celebrity that everyone at the hotel hates is Jennifer Lopez. Because when Jennifer Lopez comes in, nobody's allowed to talk to her. You're not allowed to look at her. J-Lo doesn't tip. And then J-Lo's crazy that, like, they have normal rooms. They have rooms where it's like there's furniture and there's all this shit. When J-Lo comes and stays, everything in the room has to be white. J-Lo makes them take out all the furniture and put in just white furniture. White bed sheets, white blanket, white pillows, white towels, white everything. Nothing can have color when J-Lo stays. Like, I think J-Lo is just like a super diva. And I think Ben Affleck is a coos hound. That was like, oh, I banged this chick once. She's going through a divorce. Let me try to bang her again. They got back together. And then it just became that insufferable existence with J-Lo. I think she's just insufferable. Like, even when she made that shitty movie recently, everyone around her told her, don't make this movie. It's a terrible idea. And her ego was like, I'm going to make this movie. I'm J-Lo. It's going to be good. And it wound up bombing. Everyone was like, don't go back out on tour. Don't do this. She was like, I'm J-Lo. I'm going to do it. And then she was performing to empty arenas and having to cancel shows and shit. Yeah. Oh, there you go. So yeah, she just came out with that movie. She spent $20 million on talking about how much she loved Ben Affleck, and then he's filing for divorce. Yeah, because she's insufferable. She's an insufferable hag. Where she probably is the type of person who sucks up all the oxygen in every room she's in. Everything's about her. And then yeah, my cousin told me, my mom, because my mom's big into celebrity shit. My mom then related to me because she said Dana White and Mike Tyson, and I would have wanted to hear that. But then she also told me that J-Lo's the absolute worst. That they hate when she comes to the hotel. Everyone has to cater to her. You're not allowed to look at her. You're not allowed to talk to her. And they have to overhaul all the rooms when J-Lo comes because J-Lo needs everything to be white. Because she's fucking crazy. And then even J-Lo lied back in the day. All that shit with Diddy, J-Lo was right there when they shot the woman in the face in the nightclub. And then they framed Shine for it. J-Lo, supposedly they have, and even that, who knows, even with Ben Affleck, maybe Ben Affleck saw the subpoenas coming or the writing on the wall that was coming that Diddy was about to go down and J-Lo's been involved in some of the shit. There's reports that J-Lo and Diddy raped like a 13-year-old girl or had a teenage girl involved in an orgy or some shit. Yeah, I think J-Lo's probably a sick, insufferable human being. I'm sure Ben Affleck's not far off from her. Or if Ben Affleck's normal, how he copes with everything is drugs and alcohol. Maybe, but not to the level of J-Lo. J-Lo's the only one I've ever really heard that does some shit like that. That everything has to be white. And people aren't allowed to look at her or talk to her. And just from what I've seen, she seems insufferable. The only thing I've ever seen, she's made a few good movies, but the only thing I've ever seen where she's being personable, where thought she was like a real person, and it was just because she was laughing at something someone was saying, where she did an episode of Watch What Happens Live with Ray Liotta. And there's clips of it, and it's because Ray Liotta was just being honest and real, and J-Lo was sitting next to him and laughing. Where they ask him, like, who's the most overrated actor, and he's like, that's easy, Clint Eastwood. And everyone in the room was like, oh my God, I can't believe he said Clint Eastwood. And then there are a few other clips from that I've seen, but, you know, at that point, I think Ray Liotta was just over Hollywood and was just being honest. And then he died shortly after. And I think he might have died of, like, pneumonia or something. So maybe mysterious death there, too. I think they definitely kill people when they go against the grain in Hollywood. Money corrupts people, again. And when there's so much money involved, or smear campaigns, or for shit you could say, they'll fucking kill you. I think it is common, dying of pneumonia. But I think that's just what they say, where the people really die of poison, rat poison, or some type of poison. And then they have a coroner in their pocket. The coroner could be bought. They give him a bag of money, and he says, yeah, I'll write down pneumonia. Yeah. Kim Porter died of pneumonia. A couple people around Diddy died of pneumonia. It's fucked up. That's Hollywood, though. I feel like that's Hollywood. I feel like they killed Michael Jackson, too. And I feel like I think Michael Jackson got like the Trump treatment, if you will, where the media was angled against him and just spreading lies and misinformation about him. I don't think Michael Jackson was really raping kids. I think Michael Jackson was just a kid. And then you look at Macaulay Culkin, all the big famous ones that if Michael Jackson would have raped a kid, it would have been one of those kids. They would have been like a trophy on his fucking shelf. It was like the backup dancer for NSYNC and like fucking random people that other people then came out and said, nah, that guy was fucking lying. Like I know Aaron Carter, before he died, he had a suspicious death too. But I know he said that guy Wade Robson and the kids that he knew from that Neverland documentary were all lying. Yeah, they all wanted money from Michael. I feel like Michael Jackson was kind of framed. Because then again, the most famous ones that he had around him, Macaulay Culkin, Corey Feldman, all those guys would have said, yeah, he raped me too. And they were all like, Michael didn't do a fucking thing to me. I've been assaulted by other people. Yeah, Michael was calling out some heavy shit and he was making waves, buying up catalogs and trying to buy his own masters. We're talking billions of dollars of money generated from Michael Jackson's music. Other people were making that money. When he started buying up his music, people didn't like that. Money will fucking corrupt people and make people do some fucked up shit. Again, do I want to, or would I ever suck a dick? No. But if you put $1 billion in front of me and will like suck one dick, that's all you gotta do. Fucked. I'm in a mental dilemma there. Do I want to? No. But what gay kiss and what movie? I think from what I've seen of Denzel, he's just like the ultimate thespian, like ultimate actor, that he'd probably kiss a dude in a movie. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the dilemma. That'd be selling your soul. That's when you're in that crosshair of like, fuck, here I am now. No, I wouldn't, but I'm saying that's when you start thinking about it. Like, oh, fuck. Now I'm here. Now I'm fucking here. This is that moment. I hope I wouldn't do it. I don't think I would do it, but that's that moment when you would get tempted of like, fuck. Same as like I was saying, there's probably straight musicians that go into the office and the guy's like, listen, I know you're not gay, but you want your record played. You want this record contract. I'm going to whip my dick out. You decide what you want to do. And then you're like, ah, I like women, but this is what I want. Money corrupts people. Money is always how you're going to fuck something up or fuck people up mentally. But yeah, I really do think Michael Jackson was innocent. I think the same thing that we've seen with the news, the way that they depict Donald Trump as Hitler and fucking make him the bad guy, they do the same thing with anybody that they really want to, when they're told to, is they'll make you out to be the villain. And they'll make you out to be the worst person ever. They'll make you out to be a rapist, the fucking... Who knows? Again, I don't know, but maybe Diddy's just the fall guy. Maybe Diddy didn't do any of this shit. Maybe the most they have on Diddy is that one tape with Cassie. Who knows? We'll never know. That's what's the most fucked up thing. How did we ever really find out what's fact and what's fiction? How can we find out if the earth is flat? How can we find out if it's really... I did see Bryce Mitchell. I don't know if he, I guess, apologized, but I feel like he just clarified, like, got his point across better. And he just said, like, I don't support basically said, I don't support the evil shit he did. But yeah, he definitely backpedaled a little bit. He got the call from the Jewish owner of the UFC. That's the thing too, like with the UFC, why I'm always wondering when the other shoe's going to drop with them, is they're now owned by Hollywood. That's who owns the UFC. Is the biggest agent in Hollywood, one of the biggest firms in Hollywood. No, I did not see Paulo Costa's tweets. What was he tweeting? Paulo Costa's crazy though. He's got brain damage. And like, so we would always say this jokingly at like one of my old gyms where like, when you meet someone and they're like Brazilian, they don't speak English, they're Brazilian. You're like, what if he's retarded in Brazil? Like he's Portuguese, he's Brazilian, he speaks Portuguese. What if other Brazilians think he's retarded? Maybe that's why we think he's a little off. Because he's probably retarded. Oh, that's funny. He's mad at Bryce because he apologized. Yeah. Again, do I condone the evil shit Hitler did if that's really what he did? Again, I'm being told what Hitler did. I wasn't there. I haven't done extensive research on the matter, but if what he did is what they say he did, then yeah, that's terrible. But there's no realm where you can't say he was a good leader. There's no realm. What he was telling people to do and what he was doing might have been fucked up, but he was clearly able to lead people, able to organize. I'm the biggest supporter of freedom of speech. That's why it's tough for me, and it's always been tough for me to create content and do stuff, is because I try to speak my mind. And I say stupid shit though. I try to make it joking or lighthearted, but it never comes out that way. Like I was so against COVID. I knew there was something there that just wasn't right. And it wound up constantly biting me in the ass as far as content creation. YouTube, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. I would constantly get flagged for shit. Did I see whose reaction when Bilal won? Bro, Bilal's a nice guy. Like I've met Bilal and I've interviewed Bilal a few times. Every time we ever interviewed Bilal, we would laugh in the whole fucking time. Oh yeah, they were pissed. I think Dana, that was more because he's boring or perceived as boring. And also, I think they thought they think they have bigger fights, bigger fighters that they could have hold the title. Same thing with Merab. I don't think they like Merab as a champion. And it's like a marketability thing. Bilal too, though, similar to Merab or like a Sean Strickland, Bilal speaks too much, speaks his mind too much. That's why they probably don't like him. Politics always comes into play. But I like Bilal. Me and Bilal got some mutual friends, and then I met him. Come on. At the first UFC on ESPN. Come on. And Bilal was a good dude. Interviewed him a few times. Always had laughs with him. I haven't talked to him in a minute, but I used to have like a text rapport with him, and it would always be like sending each other fucking memes and shit, and stupid videos we'd see. But he's cool, Bilal. Yeah, COVID was nuts. The craziest was how like you literally lost people you know. And not like to death, I'm saying like people were just saw such different sides of what was going on that it's like you literally stopped talking to people because you like this person's fucking crazy. Did I read about the food riots in China? No, I did not. I used to try to pay attention to everything that was going on, but I feel like so much shit was going on during COVID. And then the craziest thing, like that's like now people laugh about it, but it's what I saw right in the moment. I'm like, if this is the craziest fucking thing, and there's so much overhaul or there's so much overcrowding at hospitals, why are they making fucking TikToks? Why are they making these dance videos and shit? Like, how do they have time if the hospitals are so overwhelmed? Because I make content. Very rarely, especially with videos like that, there's no one and done. There's no like I filmed it and it's done. You probably have 10 fucking takes and then editing. Like it's so time consuming that there's no way that there was such an emergency and the hospitals were so overwhelmed. But all these nurses and doctors had so much time to make fucking TikToks. There's no fucking way. So basically, they didn't eat food on their breaks. On their breaks, they just made TikTok. No, it wasn't that busy. The fucking media, the news, all these news channels were fucking lying to you. I remember when COVID first happened, I got like stir crazy. And then the second that I lived in Long Island, the second that they opened up the casinos, they opened up Mohegan Sun and Foxwoods in Connecticut. I drove to Mohegan Sun, and they had like, so normally you have 6 people that considered a blackjack table. They had dividers where only 3 people considered a table. And I went and I played fucking, I stayed there for 2 days. I played all types of fucking gambling games and shit. And then when I came home, I had COVID. I wound up giving COVID to like everyone I know. And yeah, it was the fucked up time. And then I was home. I got COVID. It was bad. It was like the flu. I was achy. I was definitely something I never had before. But then, like, I thought, like, because they opened the casino pretty quick. I thought it wouldn't be as bad as everything, and then they kind of like started like shutting down, and everything closed down. You couldn't go anywhere, and I moved to Florida because I heard Florida was still open. When I got down to Florida and saw that it was still open, like a normal fucking place, oh, I was so fucking happy. Like, oh my God, like I thought my life was gonna be, I thought we were living in this new COVID world where that was gonna be the world from now on, because I saw how fearful everybody was of COVID. Everyone was terrified of COVID. Like, absolutely terrified. Like, my sister, one of the people that was terrified, she used to spray her groceries. She used to disinfect her groceries. So she'd get the groceries delivered. She would leave the groceries outside and, like, one by one, take something in, spray it, wipe it down, put it away. Take another thing, spray it, wipe it down, put it away. And that's mild, I'm sure, compared to how crazy other people were. Only time I ever wore a mask was on a plane because they wouldn't let me fly otherwise. And then I was always that person. So I got into an incident where I almost got kicked off a plane. I wish I would have videotaped it, but where I would get on the plane, I'd put my mask on, I'd get on the plane, and then as I'm on the plane, I'd fucking take my mask off. They'd come over and say, "You gotta put your mask on." I'd be like, "My mask is on." You gotta pull your mask up above your nose. It's kind of uncomfortable. My mask is on. It's over my face. You gotta pull your mask up above your nose. Are we gonna have a problem here? Because I'll get the air marshal, I'll get the fucking pilot. So I pull my mask back up. Like 20 minutes later, my mask came back down. The lady came over and was like, "Sir, sir." She got the fucking air marshal to come over, and the air marshal was like, "I'll tell the pilot right now to land the plane. We will kick you off. Wherever we stop, whatever state, you'll have to stay there for days. You'll have to quarantine because you took your mask off." I'm like, "Well, I don't have COVID though." "Yeah, but you took your mask off. So you might get COVID. You might have COVID in a day." I was like, "But I don't." I was like, "What?" Fucking nuts. They were threatening me with, like, "You're gonna go to jail. You're gonna have to stay wherever the plane can stop. You're gonna fucking stop, and that's where you're gonna stay you're gonna quarantine there for days." And I was like, "I don't have COVID." "Yeah, but you took your mask off. You lowered your mask below your nose twice. You have COVID." And I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you people?" Then I got to Florida, and it was like, masks? We don't wear masks here. We don't sell masks. We don't have masks. We don't anything. Like, when I went to Florida, the bars were still open till 3 o'clock every night. I was like, this place is fucking great. The only time I had to wear a mask was on the plane. I would go into stores on Long Island when I was still on Long Island, like supermarkets, because that was all that was open, and they wouldn't let you in unless you wore a mask. So I do the same thing there. Luckily I never had instances there, but I'd like put the mask on, walk in the store, and then I pull my mask down. And you'd get people all masked up, gloved up. I was in Long Island. People were fucking crazy. I had the crazy people that would put things over their head and would have, like, I saw a person one time who put their hood up and had a fucking sheet of, like, saran wrap, like clear wrap, and tucked it into their shirt, and they were walking around the supermarket. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? And then there's me with my mask pulled down, because it was fucking annoying. And I knew what it was. It was the flu. It was a sickness. It wasn't going to kill me. And if it did, and even then, I'll argue that till the day I die, knock on wood, that if you look at the flu statistics, and then you look at like, if you go on the CDC website right now, and you try to look up the flu statistics from 2020 and 2021, they don't exist. They have flu statistics from 2019, 2023, 2024. They do not have 2021 or 2020. Why? Because they labeled all those flu statistics as COVID. If you take the COVID numbers and put them in as flu statistics, it's in range. It's right in range of the flu. The deaths are right in range with the flu, every which way. I've done it. I've taken the numbers and I've compared it, and I went fucking mental because of what I saw. And then I posted about it on social media. I talked about it on a podcast, and I got flagged for misinformation. And I was like, what do you mean? It's clear as day. It's clear as day. The numbers line up. The numbers were right on point with what the flu would have been that year. What the flu statistics, what the death from flu statistics would have been, were right on the same fucking numbers as what COVID was. It was the flu. They took COVID and they took the flu. They made a new strain of the flu and they called it COVID. And they tried to control the world, and they wound up rigging an election because of it. So, how did Joe Biden get 83 million votes, but then Kamala got 65 or whatever the fuck she got? Where did the votes go? Where did the votes go? They didn't go to Trump. Trump got the same. Trump got less. Trump got less votes than he got in that election. I think they rigged the election. They gave Trump votes too, but they gave Biden votes, and they gave him too many votes. And it was a rigged election. And you're not allowed to talk about it. You're not allowed to say that. You're spreading election misinformation if you say it, but the numbers don't make sense. Look at the numbers of votes for every Democrat elected president every year. And they're all in a sequence. They're all within range of a sequence. And then for some reason, Joe Biden jumps up. Joe Biden was the most he's the least personable guy. The least, he talks like a fucking idiot. Spent 50 years in politics, tried to run for president 3 times, could never get past the primaries. But for some reason, he was the most popular president in history. Makes no sense. COVID was a wild time. Yeah. I luckily, knock on wood, I didn't know anyone personally. I knew friends of friends, people I knew, but didn't know like that. But it was the flu. It was a version of the flu that was worse, but the flu kills people too. Sickness, coughing. So how people die from the flu is from coughing. You wind up getting fluid in your lungs and catching pneumonia and dying from the flu. Or you wind up why people cough up blood. You you pop something in your lung that you wind up choking or getting blood in your lung and fluid in your lungs. Yeah, it was definitely strong. The first round, I had it a few times too. The first time I had it, I was fucked up, but it was the flu. I definitely was fevery. I had aches. I was fucked up. Yeah, but you get that from the flu, from coughing. You wind up getting fluid in your lungs from coughing. That's how you get pneumonia, from coughing, and then you get fluid in your lungs. And then, so that's the thing too. That was the one big difference that I saw with COVID, and definitely with the vaccine, was a lot of people were dying from blood clots. And basically because whatever the fuck was in the vaccine was clotting people's blood and fucking them up. Yeah, exactly that. The first one got me really good. I was definitely very achy. The fever was very high too. And I could see, yeah, absolutely how old. But again, how they could get fucked up from it is coughing. Aggressive, vicious cough. And yeah. I said on a podcast one time when I was asked if I'm going to get the jab, I said, I'm not retarded. I'm going to go with the science. And the science says I don't need it. And that episode got flagged. I had to take it down. And they said if I didn't take, YouTube contacted me and said if I don't take that episode down, they were going to delete my channel. Crazy. But yeah, a big part of what always slows me down with content creation is censorship and lack of freedom of speech. And luckily YouTube's good with it, better now, but TikTok gets me every fucking day where they'll ban me for like a week. I used to get strikes on YouTube that I wouldn't be able to upload for like 2 weeks. And then I'd have to dispute it, and then it'd go through like a review process. And then if you wait a certain amount of time, the strikes come off. I forget the amount of time. And they sometimes wind up being all different, but I would always have those type of situations. Fucked up shit. All because of COVID. COVID was a rough time. But then when I moved to Florida, it was like strip clubs open, nightclubs open, bars open, stores open. The only thing that happened, and like Wawa was 24/7. The only thing that happened in Florida from COVID was Walmart, and it happened around the world, was Walmart changed its hours. So all the Walmarts in Florida used to be 24 hours. Now they close at 11 or 12. And all the Walmarts started closing earlier. Walmart looked at that though as like a business move. They looked at their numbers and how much business they did at night, and they just saved money on labor. Made billions probably from doing it by cutting those hours and cutting that pay. And even Walmart was considered one of the essential businesses during COVID. They're up there with Amazon and I forget the other companies, but companies that just skyrocketed. Their stock price went up. The families that own the companies, their wealth went skyrocketing. Like they also say that COVID, that time period was one of the biggest changes of wealth, biggest exchanges of wealth in human history, where the gap between the 1% and the 99 or the lower classes got separated by the most ever in history was COVID. And that's companies like Amazon and all these businesses that were tabbed essential businesses. Like they closed. They told me I couldn't work and do construction jobs or anything like that, but liquor stores could be open. Liquor stores were considered essential. Crazy fucking times. But then yeah, I was so liberated and free once I got out of there. I went to Florida. Florida was such a great place. Love Florida. If once I move out of New York again, that's probably where I will wind up, or where I want to go, is back to Florida. Such a great place. If you've never been, I recommend going. It's not for everybody, but if you like America, if you like freedom, Florida's a great place. That's one thing Florida's got going for itself, is freedom. And good weather. But yeah, the Kelly who was in here before had me ranting. She kept asking me questions about pop culture. Diddy, Hollywood, Kanye. I could rant about that type of shit too, because I keep my ear to the street. I try to pay attention to everything, not just fighting. Arizona too, I think, stayed open, right? Like they didn't abide by too many of the COVID rules. I feel like New York, Texas, and if I remember correctly, Arizona. Those were the ones that didn't abide by the bullshit that everyone else was pushing. But yeah, I did hear that Arizona stayed open too. Clubs, bars, shit like that. Utah wasn't that bad either. Are you from Utah? I heard Utah is a shitty place. Yeah, California's got terrible politics. That's the problem. I mean, they were doing that on Long Island and New Jersey too. Remember, there was that thing where nobody could go to the beach, but then Chris Christie was at the beach, the governor. He was allowed to go to the beach. Joe Biden was allowed to go to the beach, but nobody else was allowed to go to the beach. Yeah, I feel like everyone had that family member that, like, couldn't cope with COVID. COVID was like the fucking end of the world for them. Where I was like, just don't. You ever see that one video? I love that one video where it's like the hood and the guy's like, stop touching people with your hands. And they're just yelling at each other. He's like, it's not the same virus. It's a different family of viruses, yo. And it's like a bunch of hood guys fucking yelling at each other. That was how COVID was everywhere. It's like, stop touching me with your hands. But yeah, crazy times. I'm so glad we're over that. I figured they were going to try something like that at this last election. They were going to try to sling out bird flu or something crazy. Luckily, they didn't, but I was ready for it. I'm a doomsday prepper. So, and I became a doomsday prepper after COVID. But yeah, all times. So happy it's done. People learned from it. People moved on. So what are you guys? Are you guys all on the West Coast? The few people I have in here now? That you guys are still up? Because yeah, I got 1:45 where I am. Tomorrow's a big day for me. I'm going to get spinal decompression therapy for the first time. Oh, that was the craziest thing too. Where they thought, and they were telling people, if you have the shot, you're good. You can go out. If you don't have the shot, you can't go out. That was actually the point that you said that. That was actually the point where I was like, all right, I'm leaving New York. Because that's what it was becoming. That if you're vaccinated, you can go do whatever you want. If you're not vaccinated, you can't go outside. You can't do anything. And they were getting to that point where they were about to start doing the cards, the vax cards. I had people that would sell fake vax cards. I was going to get one. Like, so I said that I was vaccinated, so that way if anyone ever gave me problems, I could just show them my fake vax card. Yeah, I almost committed fraud with my fake vaccination card. That's where we were getting to. And people were selling them. Like, I think it was a few $100, if I'm not mistaken, to get a legit fake vaccine card. Wild, wild times. Very un-American. What? The Simon Says. What is that? The cards? Are you watching YouTube videos, the pictures thing? That's great. No, I'll sit all day. But again, I was just saying, I'm excited tomorrow if you guys look it up. So, I got into a car accident. I got rear-ended last year, and it really fucked me up. I got 2 herniated discs in my neck, 1 herniated disc in the middle of my back, and 2 herniated discs in my lumbar. And that's just my discs. I got torn rotator cuffs. I got 2 torn ligaments in my wrist. I got fucked up. But I've been doing physical therapy, and I have not been getting the results. I have nerve damage in my back and my neck, so I lost a lot of my strength, and I'm not regaining my strength, and my back is not getting better. So they wanted to give me an epidural, which I really don't want to do. And then for you MMA guys, they were going to... I've always had a lot of friends and known people with fucked up backs that they've gotten epidurals, and they never had good experiences with it. And then I heard Michael Chiesa was out. Michael Chiesa was going to retire at one point because his back was so fucked up. And he had to get 9 epidurals. So sometimes if you get an epidural, they say the first one doesn't take. You might have to get 2. You might have to get 3. Michael Chiesa had to get 9. So I was like, fuck, that's where I'm going to wind up being, is constantly getting epidurals. And so an epidural doesn't fix the problem. It numbs the nerve. And then if you get 9, so like where Michael Chiesa's at right now, his nerve is dead. The nerves in his back are fucking dead. So he's going to have problems when he's older. But very rarely do you get 1 or 2 and that's it. So I'm starting to look into, because I don't want to get back surgery. They recommend either a couple of epidurals, keep having to get epidurals, or they would do a discectomy, which is basically they go in with a huge fucking needle, this big, into your spine. It's a big fat needle, and they suck out your fucking disc. And eventually it kills your nerve. What it does is it numbs the nerve, but then if you have to keep getting them, it winds up killing the nerve. And you have like no fucking, you don't even feel your back, which I don't want to happen. And I don't want to get used to getting shots in my back. So I started looking at alternate. So they wanted to do a discectomy or start with the epidurals. So I was like, I'm going to get a second opinion and I want to start doing other shit. So I looked up and I did a bunch of reading and so I read results about a discectomy. I read results like people that had discectomies or people that had epidurals, and you get like mixed reviews. So the doctor will tell you, oh, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 people have improvement. It's a lot less than that. It's 50-50. And then you hear way more stories about people that don't have success and have to keep fucking getting more shit. Because it's medicine, you know, they just want to scam you and keep getting you in there to fucking bill you and shit. And I started looking up. Yes, a lot of hope. And I started looking up alternatives when you have back problems, and I found spinal decompression therapy. So it's not it's a chiropractor, but it's not the chiropractor bending you up and snapping your neck and shit. It's a thing where they like fucking open up the discs without surgery. So I looked into that, and I started reading reviews on it and reading people's stories, and I saw literally like 9 out of 10 people saying, "Yep, it worked for me. Yep, fucking amazing. You'll be so happy you chose this." So like the reviews on epidurals and discectomies and back surgery versus spinal decompression therapy is fucking night and day. So tomorrow will be my first session of spinal decompression. Really hoping it fucking helps me out, because I've been fucked up for a while and it sucks. That's why if you guys have come to the streams, I always sit in this chair and I always have a heating pad behind me, so that way my back is just heated up during the whole time and it keeps me moving a little bit. But tomorrow will be my first day of spinal decompression. So they hook my neck up to a thing, they like stretch my neck out and start trying to pull the vertebrae apart, so that way hopefully the bulges or the herniations wind up coming back in and get off the nerve. And then same thing with my lower back, they hook your legs up and your waist up to the machine, they start pulling your shit, and hopefully what that does is it opens up your vertebrae and lets the discs slip back into place a little bit. So I'm really looking forward to that. Hopefully I'm not in the 10% or the 1 out of the 10 that it doesn't work for. Hopefully I'm in the majority, because physical therapy and everything else has not been working. Yeah. They got me good. I got rear-ended by a Jamaican migrant. Got me good. And then he got crashed in by somebody. Wow, it sounds so simple. Yeah. It's new. I don't think they've been doing it for too long, or they did it differently in the past, that it wasn't like a go-to for back injuries, but now I feel like it's starting to become more mainstream, or more like the go-to if you don't want surgery and you don't want epidurals. The thing that bothered me with epidurals is an epidural is a band-aid. It's not fixing the problem. It's it's a band-aid on the problem. It's temporary relief. I want permanent relief. I want long-term relief. I don't want the long-term relief to be that I always got to go and get this big fucking needle. So what they do for even an epidural, they put a huge needle in your fucking spine, and then they put another needle inside the huge needle, and then they inject fucking steroid into that. And the steroid coats your nerves and gets your nerves to stop throbbing. If you have to get a bunch of them, it winds up killing the nerve or like completely numbing the nerve. You can have all types of reactions to an epidural. And the reason why they try to push epidurals on you is because they know that you're going to have to get another one. They're going to make more money. Like, you know, medicine, doctors, there's money in the treatment. There's not money in the cure. You know what I mean? So they don't want to cure what you have going on. They want to maintain it. They want to treat it. They don't want to cure it. Because if they cure it, they don't keep billing your insurance company. They don't keep making money. Like, so I got into an argument the other day with my pain management doctor because he keeps pushing the epidural. I don't want the epidural. For his company, his office, what they do is they rape you for the epidural. They send a car to pick you up. They drive you to the office. They give you the epidural, then they drive you home. They're going to charge me like thousands of dollars for that transport service. Versus if I went myself and got the epidural. If I got the epidural, say the epidural in the office is $1,000, $500, whatever it is. They want to overcharge me for this transport service that they fucking are going to make thousands of dollars on. I'm like, I'm good on that. I don't even want the epidural, nor do I want the comfort of your transport service. So I had one thing too, and I didn't even take the pills because I don't like taking pills. But my first pain management doctor, they're like, I'm going to give you a script. I'm like, all right, whatever you got. They give me I'm like, you're going to give me a script that I bring to a pharmacy? No. We're going to get the pills delivered to your house. $1,300 they billed my insurance. $1,300 for prescription delivery. That's fucking insane. Versus handing me the prescription, me going and doing it myself. They instead had it dropped off at my house 2 days later. $1,300. That's fucking mind-boggling. It just shows, like, until you have medical situations, you see how much of a scam medicine is. Again, there's money in treatment, there's no money in a cure. That's the same reason why they don't cure cancer. They could cure cancer. They definitely have ways they can cure cancer. They choose not to because there's way more money in the treatment. And we live in this fucked up society where, like we were talking about before, people suck dick for money. So, people do fucked up shit for money. So people would rather have you fucked up health-wise and not fully cured. They want to treat what you have going on versus cure what you have going on. So, hopefully, my spinal decompression therapy works. Really looking forward to it. I heard it seems awkward and it's a little crazy, but it feels really good, especially once you get out. So I'm praying tomorrow. Spinal decompression therapy. If you're bored and you want to learn some new stuff, you look it up. And then knock on wood, hopefully you never have a back problem, but it's a nice little machine at the chiropractor. I don't want the chiropractor to do that shit that they do, like where they fucking snap your neck and you get this huge loud pop. Like at any moment, I'd imagine they could really fuck you up. But I'd rather just be hooked up to the machine, stretched out, and hopefully my vertebrae slip back into place. Because then even something I got from the accident, you know, you learn shit that you don't even know about. I have problems with my sacral joints. So you know, like the dimples on your back, they're more prominent on like a woman's back where they look good, and you know the two little dimples above the butt. Those are like your sacral joints. Once you fuck those up, you're kind of fucked. Like the surgery, like they have like a fusion surgery that they do for your sacral joint, which is fucking terrible. It's like they cut you open, they go in, and they put like these little metal strips on the bone where where not even where they know it's fucked up, just on this area where they think that that'll add more support. Because it doesn't really, unless you crack it and the X-rays or the MRI shows it's cracked, And my MRIs didn't show that. They just showed that it was a little like tilted and fucked up. So what they would do is instead of like resetting it, they go in and they would adhere a plate to each side, which is fucking terrible. I don't want metal in my back. Just every which way that everything they recommend sounds terrible until I did my own research, and hopefully spinal decompression is the way. But tomorrow's a big day. Like, I forget who it was. I think it was Jay Slice who said I ghost sometimes when I fall off. That's why I fall off, especially lately, because I got back problems and neck problems, and the shit's depressing, and the shit really puts a damper on your mental health and your ability to do anything. So I'm hoping this decompression machine sets me right, gets my neck straight, gets my back straight. Like, I don't know how strong you guys are, if you guys lift weights or work out or anything. I used to be somewhat strong. Now I'm weak as fuck. I'm like 3-pound dumbbells and I'm like sweating and like struggling because whatever happened in the accident, I got nerve damage that lost all my fucking upper body strength. I can't open, so my right wrist is fucked up. I can't open anything with my right wrist. My right wrist fucking hurts. But my left wrist, I can't even open jars. You know when you get a box of cereal, I can't open the cereal like that. It's like fucking excruciating. I have to like get the perfect grip and like use all of my might to open up a bag of cereal. Sucks. But we'll see how it happens. We'll see what goes on with it. So whoever's still in here, you got anything you want to talk about? Or do I call it a night? You know, I could sit, I like rambling, so I could sit and do this. I actually spent like a year not talking. What do you mean less blood too tight? But I spent like a year not talking. And now I finally started talking again, if you will. And it feels good to get on here and just stream and make content again. But yeah, that was a big reason why I fell off. Is because I got fucked up physically. Hopefully. We're trying, Jay Slice. Tomorrow's a big day. Hopefully I get right and I start heading in a better direction physically. Yeah. I don't even understand like the whole, I don't even understand exactly what it is, but yeah, once you have nerve damage, I don't know what happens. Like, yeah, you just lose all strength. Like when the accident first happened, I was like, oh, I'm fucked up. I feel fucked up, but I'm not too bad. And then I was carrying in the first, like, week after I tried to carry like a bag of groceries. And it was like the heaviest thing I ever lifted. I was like, what? I started like sweating, like a chore to carry a little bag of groceries. I was like, something's fucking wrong. Then I was like, let me try to lift something else. I tried to lift like a laundry basket. And I couldn't even lift the laundry basket. I was like, what the fuck is going on right now? Like my arms don't work the way they used to. And then I went and got what's called an EMG, which is like a nerve damage test. And it said I got something going on with the nerves in my neck and my back. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Then I went to physical therapy. And I'm like, oh, physical therapy. I'll get to work out every day. I'll get to move around. And I started lifting. They started me with 2-pound dumbbells. And they might as well have been 50-pound dumbbells. I could do like fucking 7 reps. And I was like, wow, something's really fucked up here. Now I've built up a little bit from physical therapy, but I've kind of plateaued. I'm up to like 4-pound dumbbells. And I could do reps with the 4-pound dumbbells, but when I go over 4 pounds, like if I'll try a 5-pound or a 7-pound dumbbell, it might as well be 100 pounds. It's fucking heavy. And that's insane. Because I used to work out. I used to, you know, do lat raises with 25s and bench fucking 220 and fucking, I used to do reps with like chest flies with like 60-pound dumbbells. But now I'm fucked up, so Couldn't even imagine picking up one 60-pound dumbbell. But hopefully, I'll take half of that. If I could start moving 30s around or 20s around, I don't need to get to heavy weights, but just something. What I got going on now is for the birds. I stretch. I try to stretch. It hurts. It's tough because the lower back. I tried to do some yoga. I got to do more yoga because I know yoga's good. But like I don't know if you heard me before. I tore both of my rotator cuffs, so I really like to avoid surgery on both of those two. Which I know the only way I could really avoid surgery from that is I got to get stem cell injections, which insurance doesn't cover, so I'll have to come out of pocket for that, and I probably have to go to like Mexico or somewhere. Damn, two, yep, tore both my rotator cuffs. And I have what's called a slap tear in my left shoulder. So your rotator cuff is 4 ligaments holding the fucking thing together. I tore 3 of them in this shoulder and 3 of them in this shoulder. Bracing on the steering wheel. So I actually fucked myself. So they say I would have probably just got whiplash, but because I heard the brake screech behind me, I like braced myself and tried to like I guess absorb some of it, and I wound up just fucking not only getting whiplash, but tearing both my rotator cuffs. I have a slap tear in my left shoulder, which is the back, the labrum, and then I tore the TFCC ligament in my wrist and my ulnar ligament in my wrist. I got fucked up. Yeah, like surgery is not always 100% going to fix what you got going on. And I think it was Joe Rogan who I heard say it, that you could get stem cells and your ligaments will regenerate. And I've heard doctors say this too, and the physical therapists say this. The only problem is insurance doesn't cover stem cells. Why? Because they don't want to fix things, they just want to treat things. And they want to do surgery. They also want to do surgery because the recovery process isn't 100%. It's not going to be completely fixed, and you have that recovery process where they still bill you and shit. But I have watched videos on the surgery. The surgery, they do have minimally invasive shoulder surgeries that they do. But yeah, insurance covers surgery, but they don't cover stem cells, which is bullshit. I was surprised to see that they would cover the spinal decompression, but they cover chiropractic stuff, so that's what it falls under, which was surprising. Because I figured they were just trying to drug me up with the epidural or do surgery. But yeah, it's so fucked up when you see it, how that really is medicine. I forget who said it. Maybe it was George Carlin, or there was a stand-up comedian who went on a rant about that, how that's why they don't fix things. It's because there's more money in the treatment than the cure. They don't want to cure you. They want to treat you and keep you a customer. They don't want to just fix you and sell you the cure. They want to keep you a customer by treatments. I want to be the cure. I want to be sold the cure. I'm going to Google and I'm going to read and I'm going to figure out the cure. Like, you guys ever see DDP yoga? Oh yeah, Connor was on some shit the other day. Yeah, it was Chris Rock who said it. Connor was on some shit the other day. And whatever Connor was saying got completely overshadowed by Bryce. Like, whatever Bryce said, nobody cared about Connor. But yeah, DDP yoga. I've seen him rejuvenate a lot of people. And that's yoga, period. Like, if you do yoga consistently, you could build up strength. You could strengthen the areas and the muscles around your fucked up ligaments and muscles. Yoga's legit. DDP just does yoga and puts DDP in front of it. And then literally does yoga, but then what DDP does, the only difference in DDP yoga is in between some of the stretches and stuff, he has you stand up and go, bang! That's it. That's literally DDP yoga. Like, you'll do downward dog or these yoga positions, and then he'll be like, and then you come up and you give me one of these, bang! And even how we were talking about Jay-Z before, when the Kelly was in here, Jay-Z got sued by DDP, and DDP won. Because Jay-Z started throwing up the Rockefeller and the Diamond, and DDP was like, that's my fucking thing. And DDP sued him and won, and got paid off. But yeah, yoga is legit. I've always heard good things about yoga, but I tried yoga. I was doing yoga before I got into the car accident, and then I did it once since the car accident, and it was just very painful. But I needed to fight through the pain, but I just bitched up and didn't do it. One thing that's crazy too, I can box, I can kickbox a little bit, like I've hit the bag, but I have no strength. I could throw punches, I could move around like that. I can't really bend over, and I got no strength, but I can still throw punches. So that's why I always tell people, you got to do martial arts. You got to put yourself in something. It's like the muscle memory and the riding a bike thing comes into play with that type of shit. Like even when I broke my leg in 2017, I went probably a solid 2-3 years before I hit a bag again. And then it was 2020 when I first moved to Florida. I got into a fight with it. I could post the video one day, but my little cousin filmed it like a high school fight. So it's all like, you can't really see what the fuck's going on. And then when the fight was going on, he ran around the car the other way, so he missed like good moments. But I was in Orlando and I got into a fight with the neighbor. And the neighbor was like a gangbanger, just got out of jail, this big black dude. And I like begged the guy. I was like, listen, man, I don't want to fight you. Like, just leave me alone. I'm trying to clean my car out. Like, just leave me alone. So this guy started having a fight with his girlfriend's son, and it spilled out into the front lawn. Then the cops got called, and I'm outside the whole time. This guy then started yelling at the cops and stuff, talking about how he's going to kill the cops. And if it was my life or your life, you guys would die tonight. Like, saying the craziest shit to the cops. The cops then, so this guy's probably like, I'm like 6'2". At that point, I was probably like 260. This kid was probably like 6'4", probably like 275, and maybe 3. He was bigger than me, and the cops were probably like 5'4", 170 pounds each at most, 150-pound guys. So the cops wind up getting yelled at by this kid. They go, all right, nobody's gonna die here. You guys are good, and they fucking leave, and the guy is left there. As soon as the cops pull away, the guy and the girl's son start arguing again, and the son is like, I'm gonna go in the house and get a knife and I'm gonna stab this guy. That's what he says to his mom. And then as he's walking in the house, the guy starts screaming, you better get the biggest fucking knife you can find, because I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker. And me and my little cousin are looking at each other like, I can't believe the cops just fucking left here. So I start scrambling to get all my shit and get it in the car so I can get the fuck in the house. And this guy walks up my driveway and starts talking shit to me. And he's like, oh, thank you for putting the stuff in the car. This is my car now. This is all my stuff. And I look at my little cousin. I'm like, oh my God, like why? And I'm like, it's not your car, bro. It's my car. And he's like, no, this is my car now. This is my car now. This is your car? No, this is my car. All the stuff in the car is mine. So I'm like, wow, I'm gonna have to fight this guy right now. So I'm like, listen, man, just leave me alone. I don't want to fight you. Like, you're good, bro. You're cool. What do you want to smoke? You want to drink? We'll go in the backyard and we'll hang out. He's like, I'm not fucking hanging out with you. Fuck you. This is my car now. So I'm like, wow, this guy's on this. So I walk away from him. I go in my car. I take the keys out. I put the keys in my pocket. And I'm like, listen, bro, it's not your car. And he's like, yes, it is. It's my car now. And I'm just like, bro, it's not your car. Just please leave. Please leave me alone. So then me and the kid have like this little standoff moment where I'm like, listen, bro, just fucking leave. And then I start like I get too close to the kid, and the kid's like, you're getting too close to me, like back up. And I'm like, bro, just get away from my car. Like, you're not getting in my car. The kid pushes me, and I'm like, bro, like, just stop. Like, I don't want to fight you right now. Just stop. And then the kid swatted at my face. And this was the first time I'd been in any type of altercation since I broke my leg. So this was like 3-4 years. And just my instincts kicked in. And he swatted at my face. I punched him in the face. He bounced off my car and came lunging. He was on something. He was on like cocaine or meth, something. He was on like some shit that he was like Superman. He came flying off my car and we traded shots. He hit me with a left. I hit him with a right. He goes flying back again. And then I just got in my stance, started walking towards him. He swung at me. I hit him with a right hand. I grabbed him in a body lock. I took him down. I landed in mount. And then I just started rapping him in the face. I had a ninja bun at the time. He grabs my ninja bun and he like big fucking gangbanger just started pulling my hair. So as I'm punching him in the face and I'm on top of him beating him up, he's just pulling my hair. And then all of a sudden I hear, get off of him, get off of him. And it's the cops come running back. They were watching from down the block. All this transpired. They just let me and this kid fucking get in a fight. And the cops get us both at gunpoint. And I just stood up and I just lost it on the cops. I'm like, you fucking pussies. Go down to the precinct, hand in your badges. You guys shouldn't be cops. I just had to do your fucking job. Get this piece of shit off my property. You two get the fuck off my property. Fuck this shit. Like fucking scumbag, fucking cops, dirtbag, fucking gangbanger. And then I walked in my house. And they try to, like, the cops then just walk in my house. Like, we gotta get a statement from you. Like, we gotta get blah blah blah. Like, do you want to press charges? I'm like, I'm not pressing charges. Get the fuck out of my house. Get that piece of shit off my property. And they Baker Act the kid because the kid was fucking crazy. So in Florida they have a thing called the Baker Act where they hold you on, I think, a 72-hour psychiatric hold. So I'm like, I'm not pressing charges. They're like, all right, well then we gotta leave him here. The only thing we can do is arrest both of you, or you press charges, or we got to Baker Act him. And I'm like, then fucking Baker Act him. Like, I have nothing to do with this. You guys just saw the kid fucking came on my property, and you guys left him on my property. Like, call your superior, because I got a problem with you guys now. I could fucking sue you guys. So they fucking have the kid in handcuffs, and the kid starts screaming, like, I'm going to be back. I'm going to be back tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the next day with my boys, we're going to shoot this fucking house up. Like, watch. You fucking hit me. You started problems with me. I'm like, you fucking started problems with me, you fucking idiot. And then he's like, you didn't do nothing to me. He's leaking. He's like, you didn't do nothing to me. You didn't do nothing to me. And my little cousin starts yelling at him, bro, he fucked you up. You're leaking. What the fuck you talking about? And he's like, you right. He got me, but my boys are coming tomorrow. I'm going to have them shoot the house up, and then I'll be back in 2 days when they let me out. I'm going to shoot this fucking house up. So right there, I'm like, God damn it. Like, I fucking just beat up the gangbanger kid. And then the cops say, like, oh, yeah, we're just going to Baker Act him and take him in. He just got out of jail yesterday. They were having a party for him that he just came home. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how is this my luck? But from that day on, I went back to training. And I started, because part of why I didn't want to fight the kid was also me not having the confidence I used to have because the broken leg and that I hadn't trained. And I then joined up a gym, started training again. I was going to Killcliff or Sanford. I was popping into the American Top Team. I started getting my rounds in again. And then came back to New York, was going to the gym, was kickboxing every day. And then once I got in the car accident, I now feel like I did back then once I broke my leg. Like, I don't want any problems. I have anxiety of that type of situation. But where I started this story is I could still box. I could still kickbox. Always got to put your kids in martial arts. You guys always got to do martial arts because they saved my life that night, definitely. And also why I didn't want to fight the kid is I thought this kid probably has a gun. This kid probably has a knife. This kid will have no problems with killing me. Or no problems with doing some stupid shit and trying to fucking fuck me up. But instincts, I trained for so long that even though I hadn't done anything for like 3-4 years, I gained like 80 pounds. I was able to fuck that kid up. Gave him the business. And it gave me like my machismo back that I beat this big black dude up. Like at one point, he was 1,000,000% on something. I hit him with like the cleanest right hand. He went flying back, and I watched him stanky leg and go flying back. And he went like, oh yeah, we doing that? And he bounced off my car and came lunging back at me and caught me with a straight left. And I was like, oh shit, he's still up. Like, he ate that shit. And then I was like, man, I'm in a fucking fight now. But I hit him with the cleanest right hand the first one, cleanest right hand that he ate. And I was like, holy shit. Yeah, I 100% thought the kid was armed. The way he was talking to the cops, too, I was like, this kid definitely has a gun. Either, if not on him, in his car, in the vicinity. He was talking about killing the cops, saying it like that if he had he said to the cops, if I had my gun, I would shoot you guys. Like the craziest fucking shit this guy was saying to the cops. That I ran into the house and got my little cousin because I was like, yo, they're about to shoot this fucking guy. Like, get out here. And then we came out and we watched the cops bitch up to this guy and leave him there. I 1,000,000% thought the kid was armed. But that's how I feel now. Luckily, I can still do some bag work, but once you're fucked up physically, you get like anxiety of like problems. Especially, I know how my tongue is and just my mind state. Like, I'm not gonna let someone disrespect me. I'm gonna fucking. The kid was saying, "This is my car." I was like, "Bro, it's not your car." Like, I knew it was gonna be a thing. Yeah, I've been in situations where people have pulled guns and knives, and I had one fight. Like, a group of my friends got into a fight when we were younger on Halloween, and they all started beating up one kid. This kid pulled out a knife. He stabbed everyone. Everyone that, and they didn't even realize. Everyone that came near him and like hit him with a punch, he fucking stabbed them with a knife. Then they beat the kid up, and then they look down and they see a knife on the ground and like, oh shit, I'm stabbed. And then everyone started backing up. My one cousin had a big gash, like a fucking gash, like that big on his back. That fucking wide, like his whole back was opened. My other friend had a cut right here, a fucking big horseshoe on his stomach. They all got sliced by this kid. They were sitting there rapping this kid, and this kid was like grabbing them and shit, and they thought, oh, he's not doing anything. No, the kid was slicing the shit out of you guys. But yeah, people have knives, and you never know where people are from or what they've been through in their life or how fucked up they are that they might fucking have no qualms with stabbing you. No qualms at all with stabbing you. Yeah, it's fucked. I don't want any problems, especially growing up doing shit. I know what's out there. I don't want problems with anybody. I don't want to fight people. So it's funny. It's like a story thing that I've always had too. I've always tried to talk people out of fights with me. And I kind of say, like, I'll be like, listen, man, I don't want to fight you. You have a good night. You have a good night. When the person keeps going and I get into that mode, I'll still try to talk them out of the fight, but I'll also tell them, like, what did you do growing up? I always ask people that. Like, what did you do growing up? And they'll tell me. They'll be like, oh, I played football or I did this. And I'm like, well, I was in a boxing gym. I was in a wrestling gym. I was in a jiu-jitsu gym. Like, I know how to fight. It's probably not going to go well for you. Please leave me alone. Please, I don't want to fight you. And then they'll always double down and be like, I think I could fuck you. And it's never gone well for people. Like, I got into a fight one time, same situation, where I told the kid, I don't want to fight you. I walked into a bar. Some girl immediately was like, ranch or blue cheese? And I was like, ranch. I don't like people that like blue cheese. And she turned to the guy and was like, see, blue cheese sucks. And then the kid goes, why the fuck would you say anything? Like, turns to me, why the fuck would you say anything? Why would you even answer? I'm like, because she asked me a question. And the kid just started, beamed in on me and was like, I'm fighting this fucking kid. So he starts like, oh, me and you should go outside. I'm like, bro, I'm not going outside with you. Leave me alone. Go about your night. I don't fucking know who you are. Like, go fuck yourself. Leave me alone. Kid kept saying like, oh, so you're a pussy? You don't want to go outside with me? My bouncer friend walks over and is like, do you have a problem here? And the kid's like, yeah, I got a fucking problem with this kid. This kid don't want to come outside with me. My bouncer friend grabs the kid, picks the kid up, slams the kid on the ground. Another bouncer walks up and they drag the kid outside. Whole night goes by. 4 hours. I'm in this bar, partying, drinking. End of the night, I'm leaving the bar. I'm leaving with some other girl. And as I'm walking out, I hear, blue cheese! And the kid comes running at me. And the kid couldn't fight. Kid was just a big kid. Came running at me with his fist cocked back. And I'm like, oh, and this is broken leg me. Kid comes running at me with his fist cocked back. I'm like, oh shit, this kid's coming. Kid gets close to me. I just hit him with a 2-piece, dropped the kid flat on the concrete, and then I took off running. And then all the bouncers in the bar were like, bro, that was the funniest shit I've ever seen. That the kid came running kid screamed blue cheese, came running at me. I hit him, and then I've always been the type, whenever I'm not going to wait for the cops. So my leg was fucked up. I couldn't run. I started limping. Like, I limped away. I hit the kid, and then limped away from the scene. And they were like, bro, you running away all fucked up looking was the funniest thing. And I was like, bro, you making fun of the way I run? Like, come on now. You're leaving out the part where I fucking dropped the kid. But I've always, my whole life, tried to not fight people. Because I know what could happen. Knives, you get jumped, you get fucked up. People don't give a fuck about you. They only care about themselves. So for their own self-preservation, they'll shoot you, they'll stab you, they'll jump you if they're with people. And again, I might run into someone like me that knows how to fight, and then you're in a fucking situation. But put your kids in martial arts. Go do martial arts yourself, whether it be boxing, jiu-jitsu. Don't do the bullshit martial arts. Watch the UFC, watch the early UFCs, and see what was effective then, because that's what'll be effective against the average dude. And I had a friend one time. Well, I had a couple friends, but I had one friend that was in jail, and he wrote me a letter one time, and because he was like, you know, he had martial arts background, jiu-jitsu, boxing and shit, and he's like, I'm fucking dudes up in jail, and he's like, here's what you got to do. And he wrote me like a play-by-play in a textbook on what you do in a fight versus the average dude, and he was like, straight punches, a guillotine, and knees. He's like, nobody knows how to deal with a guillotine, nobody knows how to deal with knees, and everyone leans back and throws that, like, you know, everyone leans back too much. So if you throw straight punches, you'll hit them. If you throw hooks, you might miss them when they lean back. But if you throw straight punches, use a guillotine, and throw knees, you'll fuck up everybody. And that always stuck with me. And then I've used them in street fighting situations, and it's worked very well. But yeah, I don't condone violence. Or I do condone violence, but I try to avoid it. And that's the reason. Because, yeah, people... And then I remember when I moved to Florida, asking my friend, I asked the bouncer friend, I was like, does everyone in Florida have guns? He was like, yep. He's like, everyone out here has a gun. He's like, I have a gun in my car, I have a gun on my hip. And I was like, that's good to know. Because most people will just quickly pull their gun. I got a lot of good stories. Again, I just always have tried to avoid fights. I have videos. People like think, oh, Stanley's about to get in a fight, and they'll have a 5-minute video of me telling the guy, like, listen, man, you win. Like, leave me alone. I just want to be left alone. And they don't stop. And then I usually would get to that point where it's like, you know what? Now I'm fucking fighting you. And then I'll start talking a little bit of shit, and I'll say some stupid shit that makes them want to fight me. Nah, you don't got to donate. I appreciate it. Keep your money. Spend it on something good. Spend it on your lady, your kid if you got one. Just need the likes and the subscriptions. And then I'm slowly going to keep, like I said, the next few weeks that there's so many fights, I'm going to be live every weekend. And just keep trying to grow the channel. Slowly trying to figure out TikTok and all these other things when I got to just get on my other YouTube and just keep going with what I was doing. You know, the biggest, right now I'm going this way, up. The biggest cheat code I could do is book some interviews with some of the people I know. I got to get on that tip. But eventually. What's the Russian guy at the lake? Sorry, the confusing term. Yeah, the kid literally bounced off the car. He went like completely wobbled around, bounced off my car, and then lunged at me and caught me with a left hand. And it was because I got caught watching him. That I hit him so clean, and I was like, oh yeah, that's done. And the kid bounced off. I was like, oh shit, he ate, boom! And then I landed a right hand right after that. And then he backed up. And then the overhand, the straight right hand into the body lock is one of the greatest things you could do. Especially if you have a good body lock. You know, like you grab the body lock and then you turn to the side and you block their knee and you just take them over their knee. And if you don't know what you're doing, I'll land and mount every time. But I landed right in mount, and I was like, oh yeah, now this kid's in my world. You know, on the feet, even if you have training, it's 50-50. Like, you could slip on a banana peel and get fucked up. You're not going to get lucky and out grapple someone who knows how to grapple. You're going to wind up mounted getting fucked up. Like, once I mounted the kid probably instantly started panicking, and his resort was pulling my hair. Yeah, like, even if you're the better striker, anything, it's 50-50. You have an advantage, but it's 50-50. And then the ground is risky too. If he has friends there and shit, you might get kicked in the face. But if it's you and a guy head up and you have the grappling advantage, get it there. Because then it's like a white. Because then you got to look at it. It's not 50-50. It's a white belt. It's you versus a white belt. Yeah, I've just always had one of those faces. I guess people always kind of like when I used to do the podcast with Menace. He used to, because he's seen it a few times, and I'm not little. People would just kind of go like, not you, not you, him, and pick me of all people, and I'd be like, oh, here we go again. Almost like they thought I would be the easy target, but I was not the easy target at all. I've always tried to avoid street fights, but when it absolutely comes to it, I will put the fucking beats on somebody. You know, same thing. Like, I also don't want to go there because you go into a crazy fucking mental space. You wind up in crazy mode. Like, I remember one time. So I had a time where I went out with my cousin, his girl, and he had a friend with him. And I went out with my girlfriend at the time. And me and my girlfriend were like, you know, having a fight all night, like not getting along. So at the end of the night, I drop off my cousin, his friend, and his girlfriend. And then all of a sudden I look at my girlfriend and I'm like, what's wrong? And she's like, I don't even want to start, like, or give it to you because I know it's going to cause problems. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what are you talking about? And she hands me a piece of paper. My cousin's friend gave her his number. So I U-turn the car around and I'm like, this motherfucker, like, who the fuck does he think I am? So I pull back up to where I dropped them off. I walk in the house. I kick the fucking door open and I get right in the... So as I kick the door open, my cousin's in the bathroom getting a blowjob from his girl. And I kick the door open and I go up to the kid. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? You tried to give my girl your number? And he goes to talk. And before he even goes to talk, I fucking grab his throat, snap him down, and just put him in a guillotine. And I just choke the shit out of him. And I'm like, I should fucking... And I just kept saying, I should fucking kill you. And then my aunt comes running over and is like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I let the kid go. And then he kind of like tried to like look at me tough. And I fucking slapped him harder than I've ever slapped. I knocked him out with a slap. Slapped him harder than I've ever slapped anyone. And I was like, this fucking piece of shit, whap! And I caught him with like the cleanest boss rootin' palm strike slap. But I was black. Like, I would have killed... If she wouldn't have came in, I would have choked him and like fucking held the choke too long. Like, I fucking went black and snapped. Had a couple drinks in me and just the disrespect of it. Oh, no, he was a man. Yeah, he was older than me. He was like a grown man. He was littler than me, but just... I think he was like an army ranger or some bullshit. But just the disrespect. I was like, I'm gonna fucking kill this kid right now. Like, even him. He looked at me and went, oh yeah, I could do this to this kid. Like, I'll fuck this kid. And I was like, wrong fucking one. I choked the shit out of him. And then when I let him go, he looked at me tough. Like, after I let him go, I just almost took your life. And then he gave me like just a snarly look. And I slapped him as hard as I could. And he was snoring on the couch. But again, I didn't want no problems with him. I thought me and the kid were cool. And then I walked outside and my girl felt like I protected her. Like, she, you know, I got some good loving that night. I went fucking mental. You know, people pull your cards sometimes or press your buttons. I'm a very peaceful person until you get me to that point, and then I'll go a little black. that's like that's been my thing too since I was a little kid. Anytime I've gotten into things where I've hit someone or done something, I run, I leave. I don't want to be. I'm not going to be there to answer questions. I wasn't even there. That's when you ask me what happened to that guy. I wasn't even there. You know, I'm not getting charges or anything stupid because of some fucking idiot. I wasn't even there. But then the time that I hit the kid over the blue cheese, that was right after. That was when I lived in Florida, got into the fight with the black kid, started training again, and then I came home back to New York, and the kid started with me over the blue cheese. It was right when they started opening the bars again, and COVID was not a thing anymore. But yeah, I had like a 3-year period where I didn't get into any fights, anything. Was completely out of training, out of fighting, out of everything. That part of me died, and then it got reawoken when the kid tried to steal my car and looked at me like I was a bitch, and I was like, man, this fucking kid thinks I'm a bitch. I gotta fucking fight this kid now. That guy was a kid. He was probably like my age, or younger even, but he was fucking big. Big, black, gangbang looking kid. Tattoos. I think he had, if I'm not mistaken, he had a teardrop on his cheek. Like, just looked like a problem. Not like, oh, he's a badass. Just looked like a fucking gangbanger would stab me or fucking do something stupid. You know, you gotta also worry about people. A lot of times people don't have anything to lose. Like, they don't think about their actions. I just don't want to go to jail on some stupid shit. So that's what I would always think about. Nor do I want to get hurt. You never know. Again, everything's 50-50. You never know. He could land a punch. He could, like, I remember even saying that too to my little cousin after fighting the big black kid. I was like, bro, you should have been in there jumping the kid with me, because if he knocks me out, he's fucking you up. Like, you should have immediately been jumping the kid with me. I don't give a fuck about that. Like, you jump the kid. You should have immediately been in there jumping the kid. If he fucks me up, he's coming right after you. And what the fuck are you gonna do? My little cousin was like 140 pounds. But again, don't condone violence. If I was on TikTok, I'd say go to the TikTok shop. Right now, just like this video. That's it. But yeah, just got to get on my shit. You know, I had a moment in my life where I was going hard with content creation and we were making moves. And then COVID happened, and again, I think I told that story last time. I had to take care of kids, and that's what really made me fall off. A drug addict family member. I had to help with his kids. I could have left the kids and went for self-preservation and just left the kids in this drug addict, crack den, retard environment. But I had to, my conscience wouldn't have been okay if I would have left the kids there. So I had to take the kids and help them get out. Are guns legal in Utah? I think you can carry in Utah, right? If I'm not mistaken. Like those states, or even like, you know, obviously even in New York, strict gun laws, but usually the states with the strictest gun laws have the most gang activity or problems with guns. But I was talking about this last week. I think you were here. I know Jay Slice was here, I believe. I think everyone should carry guns. There'd be less problems. You would actually weed out. You'd have Darwinism in full effect, and you'd weed out the people that shouldn't even fucking be here. You know, the people that want to just kill themselves or get killed. Like if I pulled out a gun or someone pulled out a gun and they started shooting up a place, someone's going to pull out their gun and shoot that person. And it would be like the balance of what's right would get solved. But yeah. Crazy world. I'm just so excited for this spinal decompression tomorrow. I like to sports gamble as well. Tomorrow is a very light day. There's not a lot of events. There's basketball, which I try to stay away from. Basketball's rough, especially this year. Do you follow basketball at all? What you think of the Luka trade? If you do, or if you don't, it's crazy. I saw. Yeah, we had young, crazy with guns, and people are nuts. Did I call it in that he would win, or did I do play-by-play? I did some play-by-play on it. I kind of did. I did think he was going to beat Izzy, simply because. But I thought he would do it with wrestling, grappling. But I did think he was going to beat Izzy because Izzy's over 35. Izzy just turned 35, so you don't win fights after 35. It's fucking insane. I decided with that fight card, I'm going to start keeping track of the statistic. I'm not going to go back and look at old ones. Maybe I'll get some examples, but uh, it was just championship fights that turned me on to it. Where champions, I've always said it, like are like 2-40, and the two are Tyron Woodley of winning a title fight after 35. Anything below 205, heavyweight and 205, you could do it, but anything under that, you don't win after 35. And then even non-title fights, 35, 36, you don't win. It's just so fucking crazy. That's the cutoff for high-level combat sports, is 35, 36. If you fight someone else over 35, you could win, obviously. But if you fight younger fighters against a 35-year-old, you don't win. The most recent example I could throw out there, too, is Colby versus... what the fuck's his name? New Mansa. What is his name again? My brain is drawing a blank. Buckley. Joaquin Buckley. And nah, Nasruddin wasn't that big of an underdog. It was close. The odds were close. Izzy was a slight favorite. I did call the MVP fight as well. I thought MVP was going to beat Shara Bullet. You know, there's a playbook. I was saying it yesterday about Wonder Boy and even Adesanya. We saw it with Pereira. We kind of saw it with Sean Strickland. There's a playbook to beating that style, and it's you got to fuck up their front leg. You got to leg kick them. You got to spam them. You got to spam them with leg kicks and take away their bounciness, take away their blitz. If you don't, you're gonna get what MVP did to Shara Bullet. The first 45 seconds, Shara Bullet threw a couple leg kicks, and I was like, oh shit, he's got the game plan. Then it seemed like he kind of threw one or two strikes at MVP's head and missed, and then got obsessed with trying to land a strike to the head, and he couldn't land anything. So then it wound up being just an MVP fight, where MVP just wasn't even throwing nothing, was just doing that bounce, and then every 30 seconds throwing the right hand, landing something. Even for Adesanya, has that similar style, where he's going to move his head and shit. He's hard to hit. You got to fuck up his front leg. You got to kick him. Like, I think Imavov just caught Izzy at the right time. He actually caught Izzy reaching, where Izzy reached for his hands and then didn't have nothing there to block anything that was coming. He reached and got... I saw someone post, too, that Izzy is not Max and he's not Alex. And they showed Izzy versus Dricus, where right before he got knocked down and choked out, he pointed to the mat like Max Holloway and said, like, let's do this. And Dricus was like, don't mind if I do, and started fucking throwing those wild punches and fucked him up, and then rocked him and then took him down. And then, remember, Alex versus Jamal Hill got hit with a low blow and was like, no, I'm good, and then knocked him out right after. Izzy got hit with an eye poke, and he went like, no, Mark Goddard, I'm good, and then a second later got knocked out. So yeah, people were clowning on Izzy. But I like Izzy. I can't be mad at Izzy. I was saying it yesterday, other than the weird shit with his dog, but I love my dog too. I'm not gonna do no peanut butter shit or anything like that. With well, what did Izzy do? He flicked his dog's dick or something, or was playing with his dog's balls. I'm not gonna go that route. I have a girl dog anyway, but I like Izzy. Izzy makes some good videos that I watch from time to time. And I like that one video. Remember, I think it was Manel Cap after his fight, who's a 125er, was like, fuck Izzy. And then Izzy was watching it, and he was like, he did the 50 Cent line. I was like, what does he say fuck me for? Like, what the fuck did I do? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's funny to do to your dog. It's just different humor. I think it's weird, touching your dog's balls. Yeah, Izzy's good with the memes. Izzy's good with like pop culture jokes, and he seems like he has a sense of humor. But he also has some cringiness to him. Like, remember he tried, and then he gets clowned for it. Remember he tried to with Pajeda. He's like, "You're gonna be frozen like Elsa." I never seen Frozen. Like, I don't get the reference. Like, what the fuck is that, Izzy? Like, you think your core audience watches Frozen? Yeah, paints his nails, some weird shit. He's got some fruitiness to him. But great fighter, one of the best middleweights ever. It was great watching him at his height. Yeah, he definitely first non-title fight in forever. Probably wasn't in the same mental space. He was looking good the first round. He only got hit with that one uppercut, and I think even Imavov caught him. Imavov caught him zigging when he should have zagged, and that was basically like that reach. Same thing with Anderson Silva, like where Anderson Silva leaned and then got caught by Weidman. How many times have we seen Izzy reach, grab people's wrists, and land off of that, or control them, or have effectiveness with that? Imavov just went in at the right moment and caught him. And then even a little bit of a premature stoppage. Mark Goddard, like I was screaming about this yesterday. The lower card fights, the lesser experienced, lesser known, lesser skilled guys, he'll let them fight to the finish. But the main event fights, where the guys are the best of the best, the championship level quality, he'll stop those fights a little early. I've seen him do it a few times, where he kind of gets his nose involved in the better fighters. Like, what are you doing? If there's any fight you should let go, it's these guys. Izzy probably would have gotten TKO'd, or it would have went bad, but there's also the realm where Izzy would have scrambled, and he was building up right there. He did immediately complain about the stoppage. Yeah, Goddard's not the best ref. People always praise him like he is a great ref. I don't think he's a good ref. I think his ego's in there a little bit. His emotion, and yeah, he's just not a good ref. Yeah, Izzy was really good. Izzy was similar to Alex. He got to the title quick, and then even more than Alex, he held the title for a minute. And then even if it sucks how fighting is, that now it's like, oh, he's washed up, retire. He lost to 1, 2, and 3, and Alex Pajeda. That's who he lost to. The top 3 middleweights in the world right now, and Alex Pajeda. You know, I think, what was Imavov? 5 or 6, and then he beats Izzy, he becomes 3. The other 2 were Dreykus and Sean Strickland. Like, if he wins that fight and beats Imavov, he's 1 or 2 fights away from a title shot. Yeah, Goddard gets too involved. He tries to be like the star, or tries to be too much of a like authoritarian in there. It's like, bro, just shut the fuck up and ref the fight. Nobody wants your opinion. Nobody wants you to over ref the fight. Like, I think you see that a lot in fighting, where referees over ref the fight. Like, they keep getting in there and saying like, hey, listen to me. You're not listening. When I say break, you break. You're like, just shut the fuck up and let them fight. Just shut the fuck up, get out of the way, and let them fight. Call fouls and stop the fight when someone's hurt, or someone's flatlined, or after they tap 4 times. Then you jump in. Other than that, I don't want to hear you, Mark Goddard, Herb Dean, or any of them. You're there to stop the fight. You're not even there to protect the fighter. That's the stupidest fucking thing the refs say. If you're there to protect the fighter, you'll stop it after they take the first damaging CTE punch to the head. You're just there to officiate. You're not there to impact the fight. None of them. None of them. I have qualms with all the refs for that exact reason. They try to over officiate. I like the no-name refs who kind of let the fights go. But again, I don't like the fights where like the refs who let the fights go too much, where it's like a Bobby Green versus Jalen Turner comes to mind, where he's out cold and he's still getting punched. You know, they don't need to take excessive damage, but there's a fine line between it. But you should be good enough if you've reffed 100 fights or 50 fights, or in some cases for these guys, hundreds of fights, where you know how to call the fight, you know when to stop it. You got to just pay attention. Yeah, Herb Dean's a very inconsistent ref. There's been a lot of fights with Herb Dean, too, where he lets it go too far or he stops it early. And they praise Herb Dean like he's the best. I'm like, he's fucking terrible. I would honestly say Big John was pretty good. But he tried to, like, letting the fights go and knowing when to stop it. But he also would get involved a lot. But he was a better ref than I think most of these guys. Personality-wise, I think he's kind of a douche. I've met him. He was cool in person. But when I watch it, I've seen how he talks on his podcast. And he comes off douchey. But I've met him. He's cool. I met him at, I think, a Bellator many moons ago. One of the times Bellator came to Long Island. It was either Bellator or the PFL. So something that was always cool. And I always had friends that were either competing on the card or like were just cornering somebody that we'd go to the event. And when UFC, PFL, or Bellator would come to Long Island, if they ever went to Nassau Coliseum, they stay at the hotel across the street from Nassau Coliseum. Same thing with pro wrestling. When like WWE would come, WWF, whatever you call it, would come to Long Island, they'd always stay at the hotel right across the street from the venue. Like there's a famous incident where, you know, Paul White, the Giant in wrestling, he beat up a guy and he was getting harassed he was at the bar that everyone parties at, and he got harassed by some guy, and he wound up like fucking putting his fist in the guy, and he has like, you know, big bear claws. He wound up beating up some guy in the hallway or at the bar of the hotel, and then supposedly the guy went up to him again. I think I got knocked out, got his whole face broken, and then got up and went after him in the hallway and got beat up again. But any event that goes to Long Island, they would always stay at that hotel. So at the after parties, there's a bar that would stay open till 3. It was always great. Like at that bar, I met Frank Mir, I met Big John, I partied with Randy. That's how I became friendly with Rizvan, who's Khabib's manager and Islam's manager, and he's the Russian dude who, if you don't know who Rizvan is, when the brawl broke out between Conor McGregor and Khabib, he was the one when Khabib jumps out and starts and tried to stomp Dylan Dennis. There you see someone like throwing punches over the top at Dylan Dennis. That was Rizvan. Rizvan was just in Sergey Pavlovich's corner yesterday. Funny dude. Chael Sonnen I've hung out with at the after parties after the PFL. A lot of people. I partied with Lance Palmer, if you know who he is. A lot of people have been at that bar. But that bar is like legendary. Well, it got beat up twice and then sued and got paid out from the WWF. Was harassing, and this is a 7-foot dude. He's like 7'2", 500 pounds. You're a fucking retard if you're harassing that dude. Like, leave him alone. And then there's video of it if you look up online. It's like Big Show beats up guy at hotel or something like that, or Long Island, and he just turns and fucking punches the guy in the face. And Big Show, if you ever seen this, I never met him, but if you see him even on TV, he's a giant. His hands are probably fucking this big. He probably hit you and get your whole face. Like, who the fuck would fuck with that guy? You're an idiot. But yeah, that bar was always legendary. There's probably so many more people, but again, I was drunk and partying. But a lot of people. That's where I met Big John, and like sat and hung out with him. And he was nice, kind of douchey, but cool. But then I see him on his podcast. He always seems too douchey. He talks like he was a UFC champion when he was the referee. Yeah. It was kind of when he was even first in WWF. But yeah, he beat up some guy. Like, I'm pretty sure he broke the guy's face. Broke either his orbital or his fucking jaw. Yeah, he talks like he's Randy Couture, and you're like, bro, you were the referee. I mean, I've heard Big John's legit, but I don't think he's that legit. Like, I don't think he's that level at all, grappling wise or kickboxing. I know he was a cop and like a recreation. What is it? Corrections officer or some shit. I know Big John did help with the rules. He did help make the rules, like the initial rules of the UFC. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if he was at UFC 1. But he was at UFC 2, if I'm not mistaken, and then like UFC 2 to like 40 or something. But yeah, he definitely makes it like he was a bigger deal than he was. But at one point, he was not like hand in hand with the UFC because he was the ref. He was definitely one of the faces of the company. But I know exactly you and me are on the same tip with that. It's the way he talks. He talks like he's a know-it-all, and he talks like he was the 5-time champion of UFC. When it's like, bro, you were the referee. He's definitely got good stories, though. It's just the way he tells them. Tells them like an idiot. Tells them like a douche. But he's been around. He's definitely seen some shit. Him on the Jackson Pod, I did not see that episode. But the Jackson Pod, I like that show. I like Rampage. The jury's still out on Bear. Sometimes I like Bear. Sometimes I'm like, this guy's kind of annoying. But for the most part, I like him. And they usually have very solid guests. And because it's Rampage, Rampage is able to get, good shit out of them. Like, usually, a Stipe interview is boring. They had a good interview with Stipe, I remember. But yeah, in my opinion, you can't be an MMA, and this is coming from someone who Rampage tried to steal my girl. You can't be an MMA fan and not like Rampage. Rampage is funny. And the history of Rampage. Yeah, that's, I guess, the playbook on Bear. But when you're around it, it's the same as, for instance, you know what Bear has is like Mark Zuckerberg syndrome, where you see like Mark Zuckerberg, how his whole personality changed just from hanging around fighters and doing jiu-jitsu. It definitely alters your mind. Oh, my lights just flickered. My lights just flickered again. So now is that we currently have like a storm here. It is currently snowing. I think we have like a sleet rainstorm or hailstorm, ice storm. But yeah, that's a new phrase they just coined, Mark Zuckerberg syndrome, where you see like Mark Zuckerberg started training jiu-jitsu, challenged Elon Musk to a fight that Elon Musk backed out of, so he propped up a little bit there. Started hanging out with, or got to hang out and train with Volkanovski, Zuckerberg, not Zuckerberg, Adesanya, and I saw him training with somebody else, Craig Jones. Next time you saw him, he had like a little tape up and a chain, and it's like, who the fuck is this guy? He had like a tan. Yeah, it changed his whole life. Bro, it changed. I always think of BJ Penn. And BJ Penn said when he first found jiu-jitsu, he was like, I could fucking run Hawaii with this shit. He thought he could run the whole state of Hawaii. He was definitely like, I could run these islands. I could fucking be the man with this. I had a similar thought process when I first found it. In my head, I was like, I could run my fucking school with this. I could run my town. I could run high school with this. And then even what was cool for me is what it did with me is there were a few guys older than me who were like local legends that like they knew jiu-jitsu, they wrestled, they were like local tough guys. I got to train with them when I was a kid, so I always had like my card was punched. I always had, if I ever have problems, I can call these guys. And then I remember one time we had problems. Me and my younger cousins when I was in high school had problems with like older drug dealers, and we were able to call the badass older guys, and they were like, I'm there, I'll be there in 10 minutes, you know? And these guys were like local legends, tough guys that nobody wanted anything to do with. I'm curious, and I may be autistic. I think I'm autistic too. But can you describe the attitude or the way he talks? The way who talks? Mark Zuckerberg? I mean, I feel like he was a robot or a fucking nerd, and now he's a conservative. Again, I think once he saw the other super nerd, Elon Musk, and he was like, you want to fight? And Elon was like, I'll fight you, but not really. Like, kind of backed out of it. Like, they could have made that fight. That fight was on the burner, like on the stove, getting cooked up. And Elon Musk backed out of it. Definitely Zuckerberg propped up when that happened and was like, yep, told you, he wants nothing to do with me. And I think even Elon Musk was bigger than him, but I think Zuckerberg was actually training, where Elon Musk did no training whatsoever, was just on the I'm bigger than him, he's a fucking nerd. But it's like, I don't know if you guys ever trained with like smaller guys that were better at jiu-jitsu than you. They're tough to deal with. I definitely think Zuckerberg would have fucked Elon up. I would have been rooting for Elon because Elon is less censorship, where Mark Zuckerberg, me and Mark Zuckerberg have a little bit of beef, if you will, because he censored a bunch of my shit. Not if you're Kevin Holland. Kevin Holland was being mad disrespectful to Rampage. Again, when Rampage tried to take my girl, I told my girl, you could go. Like, go. I'm not going to be mad at you. I'm going to break up with you and we're not together, but go. It's Rampage. Like, it's a handsome, probably well-hung black dude. Go right on ahead. If there's anyone I'm going to present you to, it's Rampage. Yeah, again, I think I've told you guys, I didn't have a good interaction meeting Kevin Holland either. He came off as such a douche. Like Kevin Holland, too, acts like, bro, you were never a champion. Like, you're not that guy. Literally, Dana White calls you big mouth. Like, you're tough. You'll take fights, but you also lose these fights. Like, you're a journeyman. You're a 500 fighter. Granted, you're at that level and shit, but be respectful. Like, be courteous to fucking fans and people. Like, that's how I looked at it with Kevin Holland. Like, I was media, if you will, trying to talk to him. But imagine if I was a fan, I would have been like, this guy's the fucking absolute worst. I happened to be a fan and media, so I was like, this guy's the absolute fucking worst. I remember he was talking to other people, and I was sitting there like cool with his boy. His boy was mad cool, and I was like, "Oh yeah, you guys are from here, right?" And he was like, "Yeah, how you like in Texas, you know?" And I was having like a conversation with his boy. And then when Rampage got done talking to the fans that he was talking to and like walked over, he was like, "Let's get away from this guy. Let's get away from this guy." I was like, "Hey, I'm trying to ask you some questions. I want to get an interview with you." "I don't know you. I don't know you, so no." And I was like, "You just fucking were talking to that kid. Like, what do you mean you don't fucking know me?" And then I was like, "I'll explain to you who I am." He was like, "I don't got no time to listen to you right now. I gotta go." And he didn't have to go. He was a total dickhead. And then he just started mumbling more shit as he was walking away. You know, I've been to a bunch of UFC events. I've just never been to a UFC event. I've been to East Coast UFC events. I've never been to a UFC event that Kevin Holland fought on. So his last thing he said to me was, "I've never seen you at a UFC event, so you're not UFC media. I don't know what you do. I don't know what kind of questions you're going to ask me." And I was like, "Well, if you would have stayed and we had a conversation, I would have told you what kind of questions I would have asked you and where I'm from." And he totally just didn't give me the time of day or anything. And then I've seen him do interviews with just complete jerk-offs. And then I've seen him go on Rampage's podcast and be a jerk-off. So I was like, this guy kind of sucks. He proved me right on that Rampage show. I said he was a doucher, thought he was a doucher. Then came that Rampage interview, and I was like, yep, that's Kevin Holland. Thinks he's a bigger deal than he is. When it's like, bro, you're another fighter. You're just another fighter. Like, you're not above any of these guys that you would think, like, oh, you can go talk to these guys, you can't talk to me. It's like, all right, bro. Again, his boy was cool, but he was a total douche. And that's off of hundreds of other fighters that I've had great interactions with. He was a douche. Like, you won't hear me tell any stories negative about other fighters I've interacted with. Just Kevin Holland. Pretty much. That's it. But I think I talked you guys to sleep. Thank you for joining me. And yeah, hopefully every time I go live, I don't have a Kevin Holland rant. But that seems like what it's coming to. Because fuck that guy. Yeah, guy was just a douche. You know, and then imagine if I was a fan. I would have been so much fucking turned off by him. What work? Your sync work? But yeah, as you can see, I could sit and ramble. I had this problem the other day at the gym. When I go and swim sometimes, and I'll sit in the hot tub in the sauna, where I was just sitting there talking. And then before I realized, I was like, oh shit, I've been rambling with these two guys about fighting for like 45 minutes. And then I wound up not being able to get my little swim in. I could talk about fighting. I used to have this problem with every girlfriend I've ever had, where it's like, oh, he's talking about fighting again, or like, he likes fighting too. You and him are friends, and I could talk about fighting. I love talking about fighting. It's definitely one of my few joys in life. And when you find someone else that enjoys fighting, you're like, I got you. You know, it's the same as sports. Like if you're a basketball fan or a baseball fan, if you like fighting, we're good. It's the best sport in the world, fighting. Like even when you, I love talking to new fans and seeing how they got to the sport. Like seeing like, and they remember how they, most of the time they remember like the first event, the first fight, what got them hooked, what fighter got them hooked, and I love that shit. Like for me, it was Ken Shamrock and Hoist Gracie. I thought for sure. I remember watching it when I was a little kid. I always liked pro wrestling. I thought Ken Shamrock was gonna kill Hoist Gracie. Yeah, the rise of Conor McGregor was crazy. But I just had that conversation the other day with another old school diehard, where he was like, "Yeah, those early UFCs I watched." I was like, "Yep, I remember being a little kid and seeing that and just being fucking hooked and being like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I need more of this." And then when they were banned from pay-per-view for so long, I used to go to, remember, how old are you? Remember they used to have video stores, like where you go and you buy VHSs? Not Blockbuster. Like they had Blockbuster and Hollywood Video and these other stores. They had video stores. So yeah, you remember video stores were like mom and pop video stores? I used to go into like mom and pop video stores and they would always get the UFC videos. And I would have to go and pull them off the shelf, rent them, and that was the only way that you could watch UFC for a while. Then there was a point where Pride came out, and the only way you could watch Pride was on like tape delay. So I used to have to go to a friend's house who had a satellite dish, and I would watch on like DirecTV, I think it was, the Prides like 2 days after they happened. And sometimes I'd have to fight myself to watch to read the results beforehand. But yeah, those were the glory days of watching combat sports for me. Now it's just like one of those things where it's like, it's just my DNA. I'm just embedded into it. No, that wasn't Randleman. That was Michael McDonald. I used to watch that shit. That's who you're thinking of as Kevin Randleman. It was Michael McDonald. That shit was good too. The kickboxing that used to be on USA. But yeah, if you look him up, that's who that was. That wasn't Randleman. That was Michael McDonald. Was one of the greatest kickboxers ever. Let me see. Pretty sure that was his name. I know his last name was McDonald. Yeah, Michael McDonald. But looked like Kevin Randleman. Definitely had the same vibes. You know, there was that point when guys were dyeing their hair blonde. Yeah, Michael McDonald with the gold skirt. I used to watch that shit too, bro, religiously. Anytime that shit was on. USA used to be a solid point for combat sports. They used to have good boxing, and they used to have these San Shao fights and these kickboxing shows on all the time. Like I used to watch those Kung Lee San Shao fights before he did a little bit of MMA. I used to love that shit. But yeah, that one point, USA, when they used to have those kickboxing shows, they used to have a lot of good people on there. Ernesto Hoost used to be on there. Everybody. a lot of those guys were like the precursors to what combat sports is today. Like a lot of those guys went on to become the coaches of the fighters that fight today. But yeah, look him up. That was Michael McDonald, Canadian kickboxer. Kung Lee was a beast too. So even like Kung Lee, he used to be, when he was doing the San Shao before he came into MMA, he used to be from AKA. He's one of the early AKA guys. He used to spar BJ Penn and Ken Shamrock. And that was like how he got into MMA. Like that's always an unknown thing too that people don't remember, is BJ Penn used to be part of AKA. Like when BJ Penn used to live in Hawaii, he used to come to America to train at AKA. And he used to spar and train with Frank Shamrock. Yeah, I love seeing that. I love seeing when guys move, and it's crazy because a lot of times guys just give up on it, or not give up on it, they just move on from it. But I love seeing when guys wind up in people's corners. That's one of the reasons why I've always loved Henry Hooft, is because Henry Hooft was around so much combat that he just couldn't get away from it. Now he coaches all these guys. And you see it with a lot of coaches. That's what like Duke Rufus was a kickboxer who just couldn't get away from it, and then he became an MMA coach. That's even what Mike Winklejohn was. Even though I've heard Winklejohn's kind of a douche. But that's what Winklejohn was a kickboxing coach who just couldn't get away from it, started training MMA fighters when kickboxing wasn't really going anywhere. That's what Jason Perillo was a boxer, if I'm not mistaken. That's what Trevor Whitman was a kickboxer. That's what Javier Mendez was, the guy who runs AKA. He was a kickboxer. Sometimes, though, you see guys that just put it down and they're done. They're not doing it anymore. They don't want to be around it. They get burnt out on it. They'll have maybe a little stint where they work with one or two fighters, but then they get away from it. But, you know, not that I was at that level of a lot of these guys, but I've been around it as long as these guys. And I wasn't at that level in the sense that I never fought professionally the way a lot of them did, but I was definitely at that similar level where I trained as long as they did. A lot of these guys were my contemporaries, where I trained longer, as long or even longer than some of these guys, and was always in the gym with a lot of these guys, that now I have dreams about it sometimes, that I got to start passing this shit on. And I try to, whenever I'm in the gym and I'll see somebody do something wrong or they're not doing their full rounds and shit, I always try to pass on like the knowledge that was bestowed upon me, because that's what you got to do. I think that's part of the learning it. Someone showed it to you, so you kind of got to pass it on and show it to somebody else. But yeah, I love when I see that shit. It's tough to get away from. It's the, I forget who said it, because then they always said it on Sopranos. Oh, The Godfather. Just when you think you're out, you get pulled back in. Like I remember when I broke my leg, and I was like, I'm fucking done. I got so bitter on the sport. And I was just a fan, and I was out of it. One of my friends was fighting in a local show in Rhode Island, CES. They used to be on Access TV, and they've had a lot of really good fighters in it, like UFC level guys. But he was fighting. I saw him fighting on that card, and it was like 10 minutes from where I was staying. So I hit him up, and I was like, "Who's cornering you for this fight?" He was like, "Nobody." I was like, "Fuck. All right, I'm cornering you for this fight." And he was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, I'm staying 10 minutes away. I live 10 minutes away. So I wound up getting one of my old coaches and me jumped in this guy's corner. And then he wound up losing the fight. Great fight, but wound up losing it. And then off of that, I wound up getting back into training people. I started managing some of my friends. I started booking fights for people. And I was just, staying in the mix. That's what happens, I think, to a lot of these people that you see, is they get pulled back in on situations like that, where someone will ask them or they'll offer to help someone with a camp, and you just get pulled back in. It's hard. It's hard to get away. Yeah. And then even that funny, like that guy, he then was fighting again. He booked another fight. Like we booked him a fight. And because he was training like shit in New York. He lived in the city. The gym I knew him from was on Long Island. He wasn't making the trek. And then he didn't really have a striking gym in New York City. So he was just training jiu-jitsu. And I was like, bro, you can't take a professional MMA fight and not spar. So we moved him up to Rhode Island. And we put him through like a training camp. We used to take him to Big Six boxing gym, which is like Demetrius Andrade, Kaylee Reese. A lot of really good fighters came out of that gym or came out of that area. And we'd make them spar pro boxers. We'd take him to the MMA gym, make him spar MMA fighters. We'd take him to a jiu-jitsu gym up there. Like we ran him through an MMA camp and got him ready for his fights. And then he wound up winning some fights. And it's like a proud moment when we turned the guy's career around. And then I used to have fun managing fighters, because then I would like match make a little bit, and I would call up a promotion, get a guy a fight. They'd come back to me with an opponent, and I'd be like, we don't want to fight that guy. Like, give me something better, or we'll fight that guy, but can you do a little bit better on the purse? And I'd have to like negotiate with fucking these promoters. And I remember I used to always have fun negotiating with Lou Neglia, who runs Ring of Combat. And the fights would always be in Atlantic City, so he would always have hotel rooms and like perks, like spa shit and like things that Atlantic City would give him for putting on the show. I kind of knew he had. So I would always try to include things in the negotiations. I'd be like, all right, he'll take the fight. You got to give him a couple more $100. Give us 3 hotel rooms. Give us some casino vouchers. Give us some food vouchers. And then I'd always have negotiations like where I'd get hung up on. And then he'd call me back 10 minutes later with like the offer. It was fun. I used to have a lot of fun with that. And then it got up to where I started managing. I was helping, so I wasn't managing my friends that were in the UFC, but I was managing things that they did outside the UFC, where I would get them sponsorships, I would get them meet and greets and stupid shit like that. And then I got up to where I was managing my one friend who was actually a champion in Bellator. He was my old jiu-jitsu coach, but I was managing him for a while. And then I was managing like a lot of up-and-coming guys. It was a fun time. But yeah, that's how I like stayed around the sport. And I would kind of oversee their camp a little bit, make sure they were getting the right training. I'd hook them up with coaches. I would try to send them to gyms to get like random days of wrestling, random days of sparring, random days of jiu-jitsu. It was a lot of fun. And then I kind of drifted away from that. But yeah, that's something I always enjoyed, was coaching people, training people, staying in the sport on like the event side, management side. Shit's fun. And then you make money. You get little cuts. I mean, sometimes you make no money and you lose money on like younger fighters, but then when there's bigger name fighters and there's bigger pots of money, you get little cuts. Some people I would tell them, I'm not going to take any money from you until you start making money, but then other people I would take like 10%, 15%. I would get my little cuts, my payments. every time I would negotiate a fight thing, because I kind of knew the promoters too, I would always negotiate my own hotel room, and I'd make sure it didn't come out of my fighter's purse. But I would always be like, I'm gonna scratch your back. I'm gonna help you make this fight. I got another guy if you want to put him on the card, but I need a hotel room. I need my own hotel room. I'm not sleeping with my fighter. I'm not paying for my hotel room. I need my own hotel room. So I would always get like rooms in casinos for free, and then I'd get some girls. I'd wind up going to the event, pulling some girls. Like I remember one time I went to a fight in Philadelphia, and I went to party. Like my friend, I told my friend not to fight this kid. His coaches kind of took the fight, like behind, like not behind my back, but without my okaying, and he wound up losing the fight. And then it was in the kid's backyard when I saw the kid's fans, and I was like, bro, his fans are talent. Like he's got some hot girls with this audience he's got here. I'm staying. Like we were leaving after the fight, I was like, I'm staying the night. Like I'm not leaving, I'm staying. And I went to the guy who beat my friend's after party, and I wound up hooking up with a fan. Like a couple hours ago, she was cheering for my friend to get fucked up, but now I'm hanging out with her. So that's just the way it worked out. I used to have some fun around fighting. And then, yeah, the fights at the casinos were always the best. Those were always good nights. Get a little gambling in. You always wind up finding some drunk skank around somewhere. But yeah, combat sports is great. A lot of fun. Anything around combat sports. Believe it or not, it's not reasonable. And they never do it for people. I was just like a good talker, a good negotiator. They would hate the requests because it comes out of their end. Like they can sell the room or they can give the room to like a VIP or something. I would always just have to get these things or negotiate these things. I wound up. I would get told this that I was like I was a pain in the ass to negotiate with. They would negotiate with me and they would give me these requests, but I was always like a hard person to negotiate with because I always wanted more. I always wanted more for my fighter, just more. Absolutely. And always on the purse. I would always, so most fighters take the first offering. I'd always be like, oh, what's the best? I'd always say, what's the best you could do? Like, could you do a little bit better on the purse? Like, if you could do a little bit better on the purse, we're in. And then something that they'd always do, especially with local shows, is they'd give you tickets. They'd say, all right, maybe we could do a little bit better on the purse. What if we give you some comps? And they would give, normally they give you like 2 comps, 3 comps, 4 comps. I would get books of tickets. And I would get to sell these tickets and my fighter could keep the money. So it would always be situations like that. So then it would be like, if I got 10 tickets, I'd tell my fighter, I got 10 tickets. They'd say, all right, what are you going to do with them? I'd be like, I'm going to try to sell them. And then I would just sell them for whatever I could. I wouldn't even sell them for face value. I'd be like, oh, I got a ticket for $60. Give me 40. Give me 30. Like if you're going to buy a ticket anyway, buy the ticket from me. Shit like that. And I'd always wind up making extra money for my fighter. I was hustling. And then you always try to get them small sponsors. You hit up local businesses. You hit up businesses try to put logos on their shirts. That was always a tough racket, though, because sometimes you get fucked. I got fucked a few times out of money and sponsors being shady. Not wanting to pay the full amount, not wanting to pay any amount. But then sometimes you get cut and dry sponsorships where it's like, here, let me write you a check. Let me break you off money. And then I'd always get, sometimes, most of the time I'd say no, but then sometimes I'd be like, I'm going to take 20% of this. I'm going to take 10% of this for getting it. But yeah, it was a fun racket. But all my friends that were competing, I was in the process of trying to start working with younger fighters so that way I'd have like my next generation, but a lot of them just didn't pan out. And the fighters that I did know and were working with kind of got old, retired, went on losing streaks. I had one kid that just wouldn't listen, kept taking terrible fights, kept losing. So I was like, I can't work with you no more. There's no perks. There's no nothing in it for me if you keep losing and taking shitty fights. You know, the more you're around fighters, they're a very hard breed of people to deal with. They're stubborn. They all think they're the best in the world. They all have a hard-headed ego. They all think everyone's ripping them off. But yeah, it was a fun little racket. I would get back into that one day if I ever could. Managing fighters or coaching fighters, it's definitely fun. Some people think it sucks and it's tiring, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, love combat sports. Live for combat sports. I say it every time I get done, start wrapping up a live. Hopefully, this week will be the week that I do make another video and start getting some upload type videos out, not just going live, but we'll see. You know, I got things to talk about. I can make a video about Connor, and if we ever see Connor again. I can make a video, like I keep saying, about Ilya going up to 55. I could preview the next week's card, but I always just wind up getting caught up in the week. And then you got to get those, if you're doing like a preview of a card, you got to get those videos out by like Wednesday, Thursday. But then the problem with that is, if you don't get them out by then, you get them out by Friday, they're not going to go anywhere. Like if you ever see other channels, they usually get those preview videos out a couple days before the fights. But let me see, isn't this week? If I'm not mistaken, this week is UFC 312. Which is a terrible UFC. Yeah, I mean, my research luckily can go pretty quick because I know I'm pretty analytical about the fights. Like, research isn't the problem. I consider myself even like a bootleg Chael in the sense that I can kind of just hit click and riff and it'll make some sense. I'm not going to sound too bad just riffing on fights. But definitely if I did a little bit of research and got a little bit more analytical about it and got into the odds and whatnot, I could probably make some nice videos. But yeah, this week is UFC 312. Shitty card outside of Dricus and Strickland and Weili Zhang versus Tatiana Suarez. Like Justin Taffa, I'll go on a Nia Jax rant about Justin Taffa. Guy has absolutely no business being on the pay-per-view. You should pay me to watch a Justin Taffa fight. Like UFC should give you guys a voucher for having Justin Taffa on the main card. Yeah, I just got to keep doing it. And I feel like it'll catch on with more people. It's just a matter of getting to them. And then next week, February 15th, is a nice card. Calvin Kattar versus Yusuf Zalal. Jared Cannonier versus Gregory Rodriguez. Dylan Butka versus Edmund Shabazian should be a banger. This fight is good. Ismail Bonfim versus Nazim Sadikov. That's a good fight. Rodolfo Vieira versus Andre Petroski is a good fight. There's some good ones on this card. Angela Hill's always good. My boy Jared Gordon is fighting Kai Fernandez. I did see this, and I thought Jared would be the perfect person for me to hit up and try to do an interview with, just to shake some of the rust off and try to get back into the groove of things. I could also put a line out there and try to see if I can get Henry Cejudo to do something. Dominic Cruz fight coming up. Curtis Blade fights coming up. Brendan Allen versus Anthony Hernandez is good. But yeah, we got some good fights coming up in these next few weeks. Nah, this fight card kind of sucks. Brandon Royval versus Manel Kape. I mean, that's a good fight, but the rest of the card is pretty weak. And then March 8th, so a few weeks from now, UFC 313. That should be good. Alex Pereira versus Ankalaev. Justin Gaethje versus Dan Hooker, which on paper could be Forrest Griffin, Stephan Bonner, but a higher level. That could be an amazing fight. Gaethje versus Hooker. I'm pretty sure Dan Hooker's been on a roll lately. Gaethje just lost his last one. This could be Gaethje's last fight. Yeah, I usually vibe. I have a bunch of fighters I vibe with like that, but me and Menace were pretty close. Me and Menace are, a lot. We used to be a lot of things. We were Eskimo brothers. We used to do shrooms together. We used to go drinking all the time. We had a lot of fun. Yeah, Gaethje's tough. Dan Hooker, though, I feel like has come into his own lately. He's been really good lately, Dan Hooker. But yeah, that's a tough fight. That's a tough fight. That's if I could easily see if Gaethje loses that fight, he's only got 1 or 2 left. Gaethje's up there in age too. That's why I worry about Gaethje. Gaethje's 36. I mean, Dan Hooker's 34, but you don't realize he's 34. Then, March 15th is a good fight. It's only got 2 fights announced so far, but Marvin Vettori versus Roman Dolidze. I like that fight. Leon Edwards versus Jack Della Maddalena is coming up. Oh, they made Jan Blachowicz versus Carlos Ulberg. Is a good one. But yeah, these next few weeks, a lot of good fights coming up. So I'm going to try to go live for every one of these, do some shit. And then if I'm lucky and I can get on my shit, do like some little preview videos or little talking head videos about some of these fights. I'm definitely looking forward to Weili versus Tatiana. Yeah, Jan's 40-something. Polish power. How old is Jan? 41. I mean, Carlos Ulberg's 34. I feel like I thought Carlos Ulberg was young. Where is Jan right now? Jan hasn't fought since that Alex Pereira fight, so it'll actually be like a year almost. Oh my God, he hasn't fought since 2023. So Jan didn't fight at all in 2024. So it's been a minute since we've seen Blachowicz. I think that's what it is, why he's fighting Ulberg, because he's just been out. He falls back in the rankings a little bit for inactivity. But, I mean, his last fight was Pereira, and his fight before that was for the vacant light heavyweight title, but it wound up being a draw, him versus Ankalaev. And then Dana was a little pissy about that fight. He was like, neither one of them are fighting for the title next. But I like Jan. I always remember that night. So looking it up now, March 6, 2021. I watched that fight in a bar. And everyone was like, there's no way Jan beats Blachowicz. Or Blachowicz beats Izzy. I watched it at a bar in Florida. Because it was, that's kind of the height of COVID. And I remember watching it in like a full bar in Florida. And, that's also the night Aljamain versus Peter Yan. Islam versus Judo. But that was a good night of fights, I remember. And I remember nobody gave Yan a chance. But I was like, I don't know. And I remember I bet Yan to beat Izzy. because I didn't think Izzy was going to be able to go up. Ooh, what are you going to get from drive-thru? That's what also kills me about where I live now. Is if I wanted to go to a drive-thru right now, well, you're on the West Coast a little bit, so it's earlier for you, but it's 3:40 here. Only thing I can get right now is, I mean, there's a diner open, but that's 20 minutes away. So that'd be 40 minutes there and back. And then there's a McDonald's that's 24 hours, but that's 20 minutes away. Plus, right now, I think it stopped, but I just had snow. So I just got like 6 inches of snow. Which fucking sucks. I'm over that shit. I hate the cold. Absolutely hate the cold. There's few things in life I hate more than the cold. What the fuck is Taco Star? Did you mean Taco Bell? Or Taco Star, something amazing that I've never even heard of? You know what I had? They don't really have them here. But I had when I went to California that I've seen commercials for and I was very impressed. Is Carl's Jr. and Hardee's. That place was good. But yeah, I've been off the fast food kick. I'm trying to get slim down, lower my cholesterol a little bit. It's a Mexican spot here, like greasy breakfast place. Oh, it sounds amazing. I'm a sucker for Mexican food. Love me some Mexican food. Love me some Mexican ladies as well. I saw you said you like the Latinas or have a Latina. I'm a Latina fan as well. Yeah, Mexican food's so good. So good. Like authentic like fast food Mexican food's great, but like authentic Mexican food is fucking the tits. Love it. But yeah, you gotta try to keep your palate open. Always stay mixing it up. Oh, that's good to have a good life. And a woman who makes you food. Yeah, I'm single at the moment. Couple B's, couple A's that I talk to, but for the moment, single. I'm tough to deal with, too. I understand that. Plus, moving up here changed a lot in my life. You know, I'm old, but at the same time, I'm still young at heart. I had my roster, if you will, on Long Island. They creep on these videos sometimes. But, yeah, I left behind my ladies. I still talk to them occasionally. But who wants to come 2 hours just for some dick? 2.5 hours. That's a hike. Plus, you know what happens then? I can't get up and be like, I gotta go, you gotta go. They're fucking staying the night. They're staying the next day. It's a little too much for me. It's a little too much for me. Oh, they be trying. They be trying. It's just the whole process. Like, you know, am I a prize? Maybe. But to lock me down, it's like you gotta be the right thing for me to really entertain it. That too. Same way I could show videos, like I said, of me trying to talk my way out of fights. I could provide you with text messages. Like people always are like, oh, you don't have a girl right now. I could have a girl. I choose not to. It's a choice. It's a choice. The right one is not throwing themselves at me. Or maybe the right one doesn't exist, but there will always be someone. But will I call them my wife or my girl? I don't know. Lady friend? Maybe. Wife or girl? I don't know. But we'll see where the road takes me. But you go get yourself some fast food. I've hit my point. 3:42 in the morning. I gotta be up. So my day tomorrow. Right now, my days are tiresome and boring. I got physical therapy in the morning, and then I got my decompression therapy. Yes, now we live in this great world where there's two genders again. It's great. You know what it is too? Settling's a real thing. I'm not just gonna settle on something. I need someone to knock my socks off. And even then, you ever see people, they find love at like 60, 50? You know, like if I'm gonna be honest, the woman I've loved the most in my life died. So it happens. Sometimes it doesn't work out for people. But yeah, you have yourself a good night. Gotta stay dedicated to the game. Stay safe out there on the roads, and hopefully next time I go live, you see it pop up, you hop in and keep me company. Keep tapping the screen, hopefully sending more people in. Yeah. Your realtor will get over it. America's turning it around now. Those 4 years were so fucking rough. I had to leave my state. Now, granted, it was because my governor, but it was the trickle down effect. It was because of what was going on with the fucking president and the bullshit. But now we're gonna be turning things around. Hopefully, I like what Trump says: promises made, promises kept. So, but yeah, this week I will absolutely make it a point. Like I did good this weekend, but I was just doing lives. I had a couple of fights. I did my first wrestling with the Royal Rumble, and I had a bunch of fights. But this week I will put out some type of content. What is your name, DA? What's your first name? But this week I will put out some videos. You know that actually really helps is writing things down. Daniel, D Money. This guy. What the fuck? Why is my brain drawing a blank right now? Oh man, I know his first name is Steve. But there was this motivational speaker. I can't remember his last name. I would even call the guy a friend. Oh, Steve Maraboli. He was telling me one time, and when we interviewed him, me and Menace back in the day, we interviewed him, and he was like, you gotta go for dopamine. And he's like, you know what dopamine is? Dopamine is make the list. And you gotta write the list, and then when you check it off, cross it off, that's a dopamine hit. And it's so true. Writing things down helps. That's dopamine right there. That's the easiest dopamine hit that you can get. Is making a list. And then he used the example of going to the grocery store. Got my milk, got my coffee, got my shit. Every time you check something off, you get that little hit. He was like, adapt that same philosophy to your dreams or your business or whatever you got to do. Just make a list and start checking shit off. And yeah, that shit helps. So I got to make the list. Oh yeah, the list is money. The list is money, D Money. So Daniel, it was great talking to you. I'll definitely see you next time. Might be live again today, who knows? But I'm definitely gonna do some things this week. I'll get some things up. Enjoy the food. I'll talk to you next time. Thank you again for staying with me so long. Have a good one.